Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please note that the Open Meetings Act is located on the back wall of the legislature, as well as an automatic external defibrillator. Today, instead of starting with the Board of Equalization, we're going to start with the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, and then come back after the Board of Commissioners and do Board of Equalization. So with that, could we get a roll call for Board of Commissioners?
Commissioner Green Boyle. Here. Commissioner Mike Boyle is absent. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Madam Chair.
Present. Minutes and claims. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payments processed through Tuesday, August 17th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next is our consent agenda, items A through K. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next are citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda?
Good morning, I think. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska, 68132. I was happy to see that everybody stood for the Pledge of Allegiance today. That doesn't sometimes happen in the afternoon session. But this is a civic center, is it not? Also, I'd like to point out the Open Meetings Act is way back there, or is it over here now? I might request you to extend my remarks so that I can read it for you, at least certain sections, primarily 84-1414, I believe, where it lists a lot of the citizens' rights, which various public bodies around this city and some of the surrounding communities do not think they have to honor. But right in that body, it does say the Attorney General and the Douglas County Attorney, or whatever county it might be, will enforce the act. Now, it talks about reasonable rules, but it does not define reasonable rules. And every one of the bodies around here, including the Luring Community Council and now the OPS School Board, thinks they can decide what are reasonable rules. Now, fortunately, this body does not turn the microphone off on us when our time is up. Last night, the school board felt free to do that, but they didn't do it for everybody who ran over their 2 minutes. It's getting out of hand when the people we elect think they can go by the rules of somebody in Nebraska or outside of this state at the National Association of this or that can tell them how to limit and skirt citizen input. It wasn't that long ago that I think it was Bellevue had a controversy about eliminating public comments altogether. I don't know where you think that that's the intent of the Open Meetings Act, because it is not. In plain language, it is not. Now, last night, I had an experience that I did not have here because our deputies are kind of friendly and our commissioners are kind of friendly unless I say something that they don't like. But it reminded me of Nazi Germany. I'm going to use a word you might kick me out for. But there were some uniformed police officers there, but not to the side walls of that meeting, obviously sitting there to threaten any citizen that wanted to say something that body might consider out of control. And then two big, excuse me, this is not a personal thing, but it reminded me of Nazi brown shirts. Nazi goons came rushing after the meeting to stop me from talking with my public schools representative. I sat that whole meeting, and I did talk in that meeting, without, I don't think, any threatening language or body actions. But they stopped me. They ran towards me and stopped me from approaching my representative. And I felt free to yell in that courtroom right then and there. Get this on camera. This is outrageous. This is a violation of every constitutional right that I know of. Not only the U.S. Constitution, but the Constitution of the state of Nebraska. Your local media does not report on that. In the parking lot, I had a long conversation with a gentleman who was kicked out of that body in a similar fashion last week. He will be back there next week, I guarantee you. And so will I, and so will a whole bunch of people that were at the other three meetings last night. There weren't many people at the OPS board because they were all out somewhere else. What is very disconcerting is that the bodies do not uniformly apply that Open Meetings Act. It needs to be uniformly applied and the rules of order uniform amongst all political bodies, because you represent us. They don't tell you what to do, we do. Unfortunately, I can't vote every one of you in or out. I can only vote in or out one of you. That's why this is here. Citizens to petition their government. And finally, in the old days, the Patriots would run the commissioners or King's appointees out on a rail, maybe tar and feather them. But it finally got people's attention. And after many different petitions to the king.
Time. Thank you,
Thank
Larry.
you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to our presentation, which is our COVID-19 update and our COVID-19 vaccination plan update, presented by our Health Director, Dr. Lindsay Hughes. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. It's been an eventful week for everyone.
Yes.
We have lots to talk about today. So to start with, I wanted to point you all to our Douglas County Health Department webpage and just show you a change that we made. You will note this banner that hasn't been here before, this transmission risk tracker that we have put up. This is very similar to the one that the CDC uses, and it's based on a couple of different metrics, which I'll explain here in just a moment. But this is really something that we felt was really important to have available to the community so that they could have some context to understand what's happening in the community. So we throw out a lot of numbers, but without being able to kind of put that into context of what that means in terms of transmissibility, sometimes that can be overwhelming or confusing. So we really wanted to ensure that the public still had some kind of way to tell what's happening in the community easily. So we have the transmission risk tracker. So what you see here basically is that we are currently in the high category, and this is based on cases per 100,000 on a rolling 7-day average, and also on hospitalizations, or on positivity rate. I wish that it was on hospitalizations, but on positivity rate of our tests as well. So currently, that's where we are. Those are really easy metrics that we can calculate here at the local level. So we're able to change that and move that tracker as needed. So I wanted to point that out to you and just show you that new item that's available for the public. Going over what is happening in our community right now in terms of cases. I'm going to start you out with cases per 100,000 per day, which is our rolling averages. So it doesn't show up great on here, but right now we are sitting at 21.1 cases per 100,000. To give you just a little bit of a visual on what that means, this is where we're sitting right here. On August 3rd, which was a week ago, we were at 17.3 cases per 100,000. And on July 27th, we were at 11.3 cases per 100,000. So we've seen a significant increase over the past couple of weeks, which isn't surprising as we know that we've been kind of trending that way anyway. I believe that calculates out to about an 89% increase over the past 2 weeks. If you look at doubling rates, we're actually doubling the number of cases we're having at a rate of about 10 days. So we can expect over a 10-day period, we'll have approximately double the cases that we did over the previous 10 days. The next item I want to share with you is positive cases by age group. As you probably are well aware, what's happening with our school-age kids is of great concern and great interest in our community right now. So I will show you that data as well and kind of give you a little bit of context about what's been happening over the past month or so. So these bars represent all age groups. The ones that we're talking about in terms of kids really are these bottom 4. So dark orange, light purple, dark purple, and yellow. So as you can see, if you kind of just even eyeball this, your older pediatric age groups, so adolescent groups, 15 to 19, have remained fairly steady. So 25, 30, went up a little bit, 31. So a small increase, but basically they've held fairly steady. Our 10 to 14-year-old age group has increased. So we started out 23, went up to 27, and then nearly doubled to 42. So that is actually due to a couple of clusters and outbreaks that we have identified in camps and school group activities that happened over the past few weeks, where kids were congregated in close quarters, and unfortunately some pretty significant outbreaks have occurred due to that. When we look at our younger age groups, so 5 to 9, we started out at 17 a few weeks ago, increased to 75, so a pretty big jump, and then we've decreased down to 25. That too, we think, is due to some camps and some school type activities that were occurring over the summer. So hopefully we're not going to see those numbers go back up, but it really just depends on what kind of other transmission might be happening, especially as we're moving into schools opening over the next week or two. And then with our littles, our under 5 group, we started out with almost none, so I think that's 4 cases. We actually spiked up to 22, and now we are down to 12. So again, a little bit of a spike, kind of went back down, so that's good. And then you can see in your adult populations, Really, the places where we're seeing the most there would be in the young adult population. So 96 in the 20 to 29s, 97 in the 30 to 39s, and then those rates decrease as you get older. And that's held true over the past week. So we know there is more transmission happening. A lot of it is happening right now in our pediatric and adolescent age groups. And so I know you've probably been following events in the community. There's been a lot of discussion about what to do as schools open. So those conversations certainly have been ongoing. I also wanted to give you a little bit of a spatial idea of where cases are occurring. So we will look at our weekly cases on the map by zip code. So currently this is where we are currently seeing the highest number of cases, and this is as of 8/7. So this is a week of data going through 8/7. This is the week previous, and then the week before that. So you can actually see the cases increase in certain areas.
Those on Zoom, could you please mute yourselves?
I'm going to let the mute expert handle it. Okay.
Thank you.
Hospitalizations are also something that we are watching very closely and have concerns about. So this is really tough to read because you have to mouse just exactly over these little dots. So I'm just going to show you generally, but tell you the numbers since I already did all of the mousing earlier. So as of today, we had 110 hospitalizations. So those have definitely gone up. For context, a week ago we had 85. And on July 27th, we had 59. So you can definitely see that spike definitely grow there. For ventilators, we've held steady over the past couple of weeks at 16. I think somebody might have dropped off a ventilator and somebody else might have come on. I think we went down to 15 or 14 for a day or two, but that quickly went back up. Occupancy rates right now are hovering at about, can actually show you that one too, are hovering right now. You can kind of see this is kind of flat, although we've had some pretty big variation, but 79 today, 79% occupancy rate today, 82% occupancy rate back on August 3rd, and 79% 2 weeks ago. So we definitely are hovering right now up there, but of concern, we did have our first pediatric hospitalization in some time last night. So that is something, especially with our increase in pediatric positives, that we are keeping a very close eye on and would want to know if we're having an issue there as well. Vaccinations. And Commissioner Kavanaugh, you'll be happy to know I can answer your question about why some of these numbers are different today. All right, so currently, we have administered a total of 709,998 doses of vaccine in Douglas County. I think when I was here a week ago, that number was around 700,000. So you can see 900 or 9,000, almost 10,000 doses in a week. We definitely have seen our demand for vaccine go up in the past week, which is fantastic. We definitely want to see people out there asking for the vaccine and seeking that out. So we're really, really happy about that. So 595,000, almost 596,000 to Douglas County residents. So we're doing a good job of reaching our people, or continuing to reach our people. Definitely still have some work to do, but we're getting there. Right now, 67.3 of our 18 plus population is fully vaccinated. 53.5 of all residents, so including those age groups that aren't eligible yet, are fully vaccinated. And then for our partially vaccinated, so the ones that have only had one dose, 71.8% of our population that's 18 and over has had at least one dose, And then 57.8% of all of our residents have had one dose. So that again includes that population that's not quite eligible for that vaccination yet. So we heard this week, I don't know, I can't remember if this news was out last week, but it sounds like they're trying to move full approval of the Pfizer vaccine up to September. Previously, they were shooting for January for that process. It sounds like they're trying to move that up a lot sooner, so that's great news. If they do that, I know that that is something that a lot of people are waiting to see before they get the vaccine, so I'm hoping that that will influence a lot of people who are hesitant to come in and get their vaccine. For those who might be waiting for their adolescents to get their vaccine, it also primes that pump for when vaccine is approved for that under 12 population, for that to receive full approval, maybe a little bit faster. So that is fantastic news. In terms of us getting vaccine out, when that happens, we have the vaccine. We have a lot of vaccine on hand. We stand ready to do whatever needs to happen to get that out to the people who need it. Some other things that have happened this week, as you can imagine, as our rates are increasing, there's a lot more discussion happening around masking. I did require my staff at the health department to go back into masks when they're in public areas this week, or this past week. So they are currently doing that. And we continue to have conversations with other community partners about what might be the best route for them to go in terms of masking, what other mitigation strategies they might be able to put into place to help control the spread in their environments. So that is an update on what's happening, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Doctor. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Thanks for this. The positivity rate is what?
I don't know what the positivity rate is today. Let me look and see if I can find it for you. So I don't think it's actually on the website, but I haven't gotten that data this morning yet, so I'm not sure what it is. It had been hovering like around 14-ish %.
14?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty high, right? Has it gone up?
Yes.
The deaths on the dashboard here, it says 741, and that's up over last week.
Yes.
By how many?
We did add a couple of deaths this past week.
The cases, if I see this correctly, in the demographic information, seem to be expanding among younger people, among kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said that's because of kids congregating over the summer with either summer school or summer camps, those types of things.
Right. So we did have some specific events that happened where kids were in camp settings or had gathered for a camp or an activity, like an overnight type activity where they were kind of an extended close contact, and that resulted in a number of positive cases. I think one of them might have been upwards of 42 cases from just one event.
And you're getting that information through contact tracing, is that right?
Correct.
Has the contact tracing indicated that this group going forward is particularly at risk? I mean, the expansion in the positivity rate is substantially among this group of kids?
I haven't heard that there's anything in particular that would make this group at a higher risk necessarily than any other group of children, just that they happen to be in an environment that really put them in good position to catch and spread.
Sure. I wasn't talking about this group of children. I was talking about children. this group, being children, are at greater risk?
Sure. Definitely an unvaccinated status would put them at a higher risk to catch and transmit. You know, if they are in close contact with, if one of the kids has it, or if there's a camp counselor, or really anybody who is currently infected
Sure.
and able to, you know, is in that close contact, which we define really as within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. There's that opportunity to spread. You know, kids in those environments are doing all kinds of activities together,
Right.
often sleeping in confined quarters, and so really it's mostly environmental. The fact that they're close
Right.
together and probably don't have a lot of other mitigation strategies that they're putting in place.
Like school. So this brings us to, you know, our conversation last week about school. So I see that area schools are moving towards mask requirements. Where do we stand in terms of Douglas County schools? Are they all requiring masks now, or what's the breakout on that?
So currently that I'm aware of,
1 minute.
Westside and Ralston have both passed requirements to mask in their elementary schools. OPS last night, I believe, also did the same. Millard had a board meeting last night. They opted to remain mask optional. As far as I'm aware, all of the other school districts at this time are remaining mask optional. However, I know conversations are still ongoing, so that could change.
And your advice to them remains the same, that they should require masks per
Yes.
the CDC guidelines?
Yes, the recommendations from the Douglas County Health Department to the schools remains the same, and we will work with them however necessary to help them get through this school year.
And we might have to come back to this, but
Time.
we will.
Commissioner Maureen Boyle.
Yeah, thanks again for that report. So just a few things. One, and just to make some points, one is you mentioned that the 10-day doubling rate is, there's a 10-day doubling rate, which is very significant. And just to point out to everybody, as a physician, the things we're seeing in my hospital are looking like that. And this is becoming a crisis to our hospitals. We're back to getting where we were before, and I don't feel like there's this sense of urgency among the community to recognize that. So I just want to stress that the hospitals are being overrun. There are diversions happening. We're sometimes closing the ER and having to divert to other places. And so you may not get to go to the hospital you want to or have the surgery you need because those facilities aren't available. So anyway, I just need to point that out, that this is becoming a critical point again. And because we've all been through this once and we're all a little tired of COVID, and healthcare providers, we're getting tired of it. We're burned out by folks coming in, most of them unvaccinated, that are taking up beds, but we're caring for them anyway. So just to stress, this is becoming a crisis in our hospital system, and a huge, huge burden again. So first and foremost, with that 10-day doubling rate, it's really concerning knowing how many beds are already being occupied. The other questions I have are more what's in your crystal ball. So do you know if boosters will be recommended at some point?
My crystal ball says I think they will be. They're not yet, so please don't run out and ask for booster shots, because you're probably not going to get them yet. But Pfizer did recommend them some time ago, with their particular product. Given kind of the trend that we're seeing right now, I would not be surprised to see that recommendation come out sometime in the next couple of months.
And then also, any thoughts or idea when possibly vaccinating that younger child population, when that might be suggested or recommended?
So we're still hearing October timeframe there, so that's what we're planning. But as we've seen in the past, those timelines are pretty fluid sometimes. So pretty much the minute we can get that CDC and ACIP recommendation, we're going to hit the floor running with trying to get those out.
Good deal, good deal. And then I also want to commend the work of the Omaha Public School District Board last night. That was a really, really tough decision they made, and I'm sure they're feeling the wrath yesterday and today. But at the same time, remember, all of our goal is to keep kids in school, and that's what masks can do. I think as evidenced by the data that Dr. Hughes is showing us, when you see that it's congregates of kids that are causing an outbreak of huge groups of kids at any given time, if whatever we can do to mitigate that, we should be doing. So I know it was a hard decision. At the same time, all of us want the same thing, and that's to avoid depression in our kids by letting them socialize with each other. We want to make sure they're learning again. So it was the right decision, and so I really commend it, because I know they're feeling the hit today from a lot of sides, but I think most of us really do support that decision. The last question I have, kind of just to bounce off that, is we talked about masking kids. I said, so at what point what are your recommendations about just generalized masking for all of us now in this community in various circumstances?
I recommend that everyone be in a mask when they're in public right now. That's what a multitude of, organizations, medical experts really are stressing right now, and I'm going to listen to the people who are a lot smarter than I am when they say this is really what we need right now. We also saw a year ago when we put masks on, we did see transmission decrease. And so we know that when you have a population of people who consistently put on masks, it makes a difference. So I absolutely recommend that masking happen. I put my staff back into masks because I believe it works. So that is absolutely my recommendation right now.
1 minute.
So when we're even outside, hanging out in the backyard with folks, are you suggesting then, or are you still suggesting the six feet social distancing?
Yeah, so if you're able to distance, it's a great idea to continue to do that. I will say, if you're just kind of outside in general, it's not necessarily something you need to do. But if you're outside in a congregate setting, so let's say you're going to a really cool concert in Memorial Park at the end of August, wearing a mask in a setting like that is a great idea. That is going to be protective for your neighbor. It's going to be protective when your neighbor wears one for you. So when you are in a big congregate setting like that, I still recommend that you're putting masks on if you're outside. Otherwise, if you're having your neighbors over for a barbecue, if you can still, keep some distance like we have been doing, that's a great idea.
All right, thank you.
Time. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Back to the map that you showed us, positive tests by zip code. If you bring that up, I'm looking at the dashboard map, and they seem to be a little different. So the dashboard map, I actually just flashed on the map before this. Is this an updated version of what's actually currently on the dashboard?
This is the dashboard.
Well, I'm looking at the dashboard map, and it's got different color coding.
So when you initially go into this, it's going to look like this. So it takes you all the way back. If you look in the bottom left corner, you're going to see dates. It's going to take you all the way back to February of 2020 through March 7th. So you're going to just see basically where your first case showed up. So you actually have to arrow back. I mean, you can arrow forward, but you're going to have to arrow forward.
Okay,
through
if I
18
just
months.
open up to the map
Yep.
on the dashboard, this is the map that comes up. Is that the current map, or is that the current map?
Do you have the weekly?
Yep.
Map?
Are you on the weekly, or are you on the, I bet you're on the cumulative. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yep,
Positive
there it
test-
is. You just
Test
have
by
it.
zip.
Oh,
It's-
is
It's
it?
what opens up when you hit map.
Right,
Okay,
right,
so
Right,
I can answer that
that's
question.
it, right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what you're on is the cases map, and that is cumulative. So that is that's cases over the whole pandemic.
Okay, so then the map that you showed is the current map.
Yes, so this is week by week. So what you see here right now, this is cases that have occurred in the past week.
Okay, so this appears to show that cases are higher in western Douglas County, kind of from the Bennington area down to
This corridor.
Harrison Street, pretty much in a line through western Douglas County. And then one zip code, it looks like maybe Benson, 68104, in eastern Douglas County.
Right.
Is that right? Am I reading that map correctly?
You got it.
Okay. Is there any reason that you can point to why those, it looks like 4 discrete zip codes, 3 in western Douglas County and 1 in the city, lead in positivity?
So I asked that question of my epidemiologists yesterday, especially when you look at the vaccinations with that map. So I do not have the ability to overlay the vaccinations with this yet. We're kind of trying to figure out how we might be able to do that. But let me take you over here to the vaccinations. So if you look at, okay, this is residents with 1 dose. So you'll see that that map, other than the 68134, you're seeing cases happen in kind of a similar corridor. And then percent of residents fully vaccinated. So here's my guess. The cases that are happening in 68134 are happening because they have low vaccination rates. There are probably other factors, but that's probably one of the main factors. Now, why on earth are we having cases popping up in a highly vaccinated, a lot of cases popping up in a highly vaccinated corridor? The answer is the population there is higher. We have a lot of people in that corridor. We also have a lot of children potentially in this corridor.
Now, let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
The school districts in that particular corridor, are they requiring masks for kids going back?
They are not. So Elkhorn, as far as I know, has not required. Bennington has not required. Millard, which would be down kind of in this area, they also have not required.
1 minute.
So there are several factors, but I asked, why would we be having, what's kind of driving that? We have all these vaccinations, but we also have really high cases. A lot of it is because we just have a lot of people who live out that way.
Right. So we could go in there and find out if those cases, that big increase in cases, is among the younger children in those zip codes as
We
well,
could.
who are not going to be protected by masks when they go back to school in a week or so. We could
Yes.
find that out, right?
We could do that.
Thank you.
You're
Mhm.
welcome.
Any other?
I think, just one last thing. We are, to echo
Well-
Dr. Boyle,
You
in a
need to
crisis
hurry,
here.
your time is up.
I mean, this is a horrible, horrible crisis, and I'm glad that we passed this resolution to give you some resources.
Thank you, Commissioner
to deal with
Kavanaugh.
it.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? All right, anyone else wishing to speak during this agenda item? Well, thank you again, Dr. Hughes. We will stay vigilant on this, and thank you for the work that you and the Health Department have done to keep our public safe.
Thank you.
With that, there's nothing on committees at this time except for reports as presented. We do not have need for an executive session today. So do I have a motion to adjourn out of the Board of Commissioners? Is there a motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Friend? Please vote.
Give us one moment, please.
I don't know. Well,
Okay, thank you.
mhm.
Motion to adjourn as the Board of Commissioners passes 6-0.
We will now move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Marine Boyle. Commissioner Mike Boyle is absent. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Maureen Boyle. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
We will move to citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda?
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. Just wanted to, I don't think anyone's here in person, but I wanted to thank the staff we bring in every summer for the Board of Equalization, as well as Kim Bolo in my office. They deal with a lot of unpleasant phone calls throughout the Board of Property Valuation protest process. So just want to thank them for their hard work and for their professionalism. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda?
My name is Monty Bowman with Abris. We've discussed several times about the cost approach being used by the county assessor, and no referee or coordinator has any access to make changes for quality or condition. 3 of our protests dealt with issues of square foot, size.
Are you going to be talking about your protest today?
What's that?
Are you going to be talking about your protest today?
Well, we have one of the recommendations that says that there are changes that absolutely need to be made to the property, but the referee can't do it. And that's what we tried to get them to do on 3 properties. They did on 1. And then that's why we're asking again, how do we get those changes made? Because they've made the recommendations, they just can't make them changes themselves. And then we had 3 that where we had the income approach like last year. They lost the evidence, we come back and crunch the numbers, but they didn't finish doing the NOI, they didn't finish doing the numbers, so we could never see. When we finally did those numbers in front of the board, it was a $94,000 difference. We have 3 of them that fall in that category as well. Then we have some that we have to where last year they wouldn't let us argue just the improvements loan or just a land loan. This year they did. Last year they let us argue that those values in 2020 didn't explain why there would have been an increase in 2021. Now this year they allowed us to argue improvements only or land only, but said we have to use the preliminary values for 2021 as the comparable value. So we have questions about those 3 items that we wanted to get addressed.
Okay, thank you.
So how do we get these changes made to the cost, and how is, before they set these values, there needs to be an adjustment to those. And I believe that is today that they're going to be trying to vote to set those values.
Right. Yes, we are. Thank you.
Well then, how are
This
they
is
going
during
to?
the time where there's no feedback from the board. It's your comments to the board. We take those under advisement.
How are they going to approve these values when they can't make the corrections to what needs to be changed? That's what I'm saying, is you're going to vote to approve these, but we have some that obviously have questions on the value. If they approve them, how do we come back? Can we come back and get a correction later?
Well, again, we can't have a back and forth at this time, but we can talk to you afterwards,
Okay, so when do I do that?
after the board meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda?
Thank you for the time, Board of Equalization. I also wanted to present my property as I appealed it the last 2 years. I'm not.
But sir, okay, we're going to go through those in item E. And so this would be a time if there's an item you want to talk about that is not on the agenda at all.
Oh, so I would speak during
So
item
you'll
E?
be talking to us about under item E.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. All right. Next, we have resolutions, the first being the review report of destroyed real property for parcel 15141460048, address 11005 Sailor Street, and determine the parcel's 2021 valuation.
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. Some of the falls are the ones who, Mr. Fall, could you, I got to ask you to unmute. I can't unmute for, okay, there we go. They're the ones that submitted the report of destroyed real property. I can pull up, all the documents that they submitted, which I did provide the board ahead of time as well, but if I do that, then we won't be able to see Mr. Fall, so maybe I'll just pull it up if there's any questions on anything. But Mr. Goodwillie is here as well from the assessor's office if he has any comments to make, but I guess I'll just Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I'll just turn it over to Mr. and Mrs. Fall.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Fall, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So do you want to go ahead and tell us what you're asking? And again, we have a 5-minute. I will tell you at 1 minute that you have 1 minute left, okay? Can you restart the
Okay.
clock? All right.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present my case. Based on the fact that we cannot live in our house, it's deemed unlivable. And this happened early in the year prior to even the first quarter of the year ending. We felt that the valuation for 2021 was not accurate because the house is currently not livable. It was basically destroyed. We lost all of our contents. So we are seeking relief on our 2021 property taxes. We believe the house will be completed at the end of the year. However, there is no guarantee based on availability of materials, workers, and other things that are beyond anybody's control. The house was destroyed due to a fire, and there was a couple of, I'll say, Mother Nature events that contributed to that. One of them was a heavy south wind that proceeded to make the fire way worse than it would have been. Of course, that was not in our favor. The other act of God, we'll say, was the fact that it happened at 7 o'clock in the evening when we were both awake, which allowed us to be able to get out of the fire without it potentially making things very, very detrimental on our behalf. So basically, that's what I have to present. If you want a current value that I feel the house is worth, the property it's on is probably still whatever it's always been valued at, but the house itself is strictly a shell, needing walls, ceilings, floors, roof, electrical, plumbing, and everything else that's involved in a near total loss. I'm willing to answer any questions you may have at this point in time.
What value are you asking, please?
I would guess, based on the fact that there is a shell and there is still the actual ground, that it would the value to rebuild it is probably greater than the amount I could sell it for. Costs being so ridiculously high this year. I would say a fair valuation of what is in existence currently on the property would be maybe $40,000 to $50,000.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, the current 2021 valuation on the property, the total valuation is $152,300.
Yeah, that's in our materials.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, is that all? You have about 1.5 minutes left? That's
As I
it?
indicated, if you have any questions, I don't know. I've never done this before. This is all new to me. I don't know if there's things I should say that I didn't say or what else you expect.
Okay, nope,
But
that's
I am more
good.
than willing to answer any questions honestly that you may have.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And thanks for this presentation. I'm in the process of learning what the requirements are to allow relief for destroyed real property, and I've made some inquiries. And I see Mr. Goodwillie here, who's a kind of an in-house expert on a lot of this stuff, and I was wondering if he could outline for us what the parameters are statutorily for allowing relief on the basis of destroyed property. But before he starts, Mr. Fall, was there a fire at your home? Is that what happened?
Yes, according to the fire marshal, the wire coming into the house from underground, wore through the insulation and sparked in the junction box where it entered into the house.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Goodwillie, what are the parameters for allowing relief of this destroyed property?
If I may, Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. I always struggle with, I know this is simple, can someone help me with this a minute? Up or down? There we go.
Be able to share this with them.
Yeah, absolutely. The destroyed property statute was enacted in 2019, and it was in reaction to the tremendous flooding that we had in eastern Nebraska. Normally, by law, your value is what your property is as of January 1, and by state law, that's the value for tax purposes until the next January 1st, okay? And the legislature decided, well, gee, if you had natural disaster, that maybe wasn't entirely fair, that some sort of adjustment might, if it at least occurred within a certain range of the calendar, it might be a reasonable thing to do. And so the prerequisite to any kind of relief for destroyed real property is that the damage be caused by a calamity, a disastrous event. And that disastrous event is, as you can see from 771307 above, it says a fire, an earthquake, a flood, or tornado. And here's the real kicker here, or other natural event which significantly affects the assessed value of property. Had they cut that off at a fire, an earthquake, a flood, or a tornado, okay, I think the Falls have a really good argument. But I think that phrase, other natural event, limits the items that can trigger the relief. And so at least initially, you need some kind of a natural event occurring that caused the damage to the property. It goes on, it requires significant property damage, which I think is up to at least 25% of the value of the property. But the main trigger is this notion of calamity.
Okay, so you're saying a grammatical interpretation would say that their fire is not a natural event.
Yeah, I'm saying the phrase other natural
I
event
understand.
seems to modify everything in the list
Right,
that came
right.
before.
Now, you know, I had Dominican nuns in grade school who were pretty good at inculcating rules of grammar. And, you know, I can see that interpretation, but I can also see where you could read that sentence grammatically
1 minute.
to include fire, earthquake, flood, tornado, and other natural events to say, you know, fires are fires, like they had a home fire. They are, I think, at an assessed value of, I think, 100 and some thousand, and asking for relief down to 40,000 on a home that's unoccupiable. I mean, you know, just doing an equitable relief thing here, would we be within our powers to rely on a fire being simple definition, a fire?
Well, I think you're kind of ignoring the statute, the rest of the statutory language, but certainly it is up to you to decide whether the applicant can receive relief or not. I will tell you, the legislature had the opportunity to expand the reach of this last year, and that bill went nowhere.
Time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mike Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Mr. Fall still with us on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Sir, I'm sorry for the devastation to your dwelling. I had a quick question. And again, this may have been answered. It's funny, Commissioner Kavanaugh had Dominican nuns. I had Holy Cross nuns, so they weren't near as problematic. Let me ask you a question. Is the dwelling in the process of being It is in the process of being rebuilt or replaced, correct?
It's in the process of being rebuilt.
Sir, did the insurance company essentially say that it was a total loss, right?
Yeah, from a valuation standpoint, our entire dwelling replacement fund was completely used. And then we had a supplemental, I guess you call it Part D, which was sort of a additional costs over time, either an inflation or increase in materials or increase in labor type.
Gotcha.
Which
I've seen a lot of
added,
that.
I think 20% or something to the property valuation.
Okay, I gotcha. I see where you're going. So my guess, the final question that I have then is if the insurance company, they either cash valued this whole thing out or they gave you a replacement cost to rebuild this to where it actually was before. So the problem as I see it, and maybe Mr. Goodwillie could, maybe Mike could opine on this as well. The problem as I see it is you're getting, even if we did this, you're getting temporary relief. When they actually make this whole, next year you're gonna be in for a huge sticker shock. Because when this thing gets rebuilt, who knows what the valuation or the assessment's gonna be at that point. I guess my point is the insurance company said it's worth X. So according to state law, we're saying it's still worth X because they're in the process of rebuilding it. I'm not saying I've made a determination on this. I feel for your situation here, but you see what I'm saying. If you dip and you come back a year from now and suddenly you're like, well, my house isn't worth $180,000. Well, yeah, it is, because everything in there is new. There's all new copper. There's all this stuff. You see where I'm going with this? I'm a little confused as to what to do with this at this point, sir.
Okay, my question would be, are you gonna come through and revalue it next year anyway?
I would have a feeling that that's exactly what would happen, and that's what I'm concerned about, right? For your pocketbook. So, Mr. Fall, hold on one second. Mike, would you have an opinion on this?
Well, sure. I mean, we'd have to look at it again. I mean, if we know it's burned, if we know it's in less than full condition here at the, in the middle of 2021, yeah, certainly we'd have to look at its condition on January 1, 2022, and value it in relation to how far complete it is and where it sits in the marketplace.
So my final question, and then I say this a lot, then I'll shut up.
There's a possibility as I think this through, if everything goes right for the Falls and their property is rebuilt, at the end of December of this year, you could actually end up sort of I don't want to say no harm, no foul, but you may end up with the same place at the same place or a similar place
1 minute.
that you were as of January 1 of 2021.
Fair enough, but I guess my point is, why couldn't you split the baby at this point? Why couldn't you prorate the time? Maybe that's been done.
Well, there's no real mechanism for proration. I mean, the statute is pretty clear that what's there on January 1 is going to be what's valued until January 1 of the next year, unless it falls into one of these exceptions for destroyed real property.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Commissioner P.J. Morgan?
Okay, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. When was the fire?
The fire was on April 2nd at 7 p.m. in the evening. It's a Friday night.
Okay, and Mr. Goodwillie, I think the value is supposed to be right on January as far as what you value the property.
What existed as of January 1? Yes, sir.
Okay.
This has long been an issue. The legislature has kicked this around for years and years and years and years prior to enacting this legislation. And the devil was always in the details, because no matter where you put this date, somebody's always going to have something that happens on the wrong side of it. Okay, first of all.
Yep.
And second of all, narrowing, creating a list of those things that are okay to reduce for versus those things that are not okay to reduce for, I think has been a detail that always flummoxed the legislature too. A flood, sure, absolutely. You know, some sort of natural disaster that harms your property, I get that. Then you start to get into things that are something less than that, and at what point do you end? And this is good, bad, or indifferent. This is what the legislature chose to say.
Yeah, I wanted to make, you know, the motion to give the consideration. The difficulty we have is you're supposed to, if I'm building a property, give me a partial assessment in January, and I can't, you know, you can't come back in April and value it again at a higher because I finished more of it. And that's what makes it so difficult for, I think, the commissioners. We'd like to give consideration here, but we're supposed to value as of January. And I'd like to make the motion that we give you consideration, but that's a pretty slippery slope if we start changing the dates around. That's what I think the difficulty is. And I don't know if Teresa wants to say anything, but she doesn't have to do that. But that's where I think the challenge is for us as commissioners. And I, you know, can be asked by any of the commissioners why we probably should not do that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle just shared with me some of the pictures from the exhibit, which would show a pretty demolished house. And you know, we're sitting here trying to do the right thing, which in legal terms is called equity. Equity seeks to do that which should be done. And the statute, you know, you can interpret this, I think, at least a couple different ways, but fires are fires. It doesn't say forest fires. It doesn't specify what kind of fires. It says fires. I'm sensitive to the date question that Commissioner Morgan brings up, and you know, I don't know how we cut this baby in half, but I'd like to do the right thing by these folks who do not have the use of their home, clearly. And I don't think we're probably talking about, any other case. This is the only one on the agenda out of all the properties in Douglas County, and B, very many dollars to the coffers of Douglas County, but probably fairly significant dollars to the Falls. What is the tax bill on this property, if somebody can say? I don't know, Mr. Esch, maybe you know?
Yeah, give me,
152,300.
so like Commissioner the valuation, like Commissioner Chair Borgeson is saying, is 152,300. The tax bill, 2020 tax bill last year was $3,260.
Well, you know, they say that hard cases make bad law, and this is a hard case, and I'd hate to do a wrong thing by these folks for that minor amount of tax revenue and for what they've suffered. You know, I guess I kind of defer to Commissioner Friend. I think this is in your district and in your realm as an insurance guy. What can we do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. Well, first of all, I was worried you were going to bring up the insurance aspect. Now I'm dabbling in things that I look. Let me leave it where my thought process takes me, and it leads me to a question, Mr. Fall. What the work is actually being done right now. The insurance companies actually cut a check to rebuild, like we said, either cash value or replacement cost, to rebuild to where you were before, to the best of their ability, whatever was within the parameters of the policy, correct? The rebuilding is going on right now, correct?
Well, exactly today, maybe not, but yes, we are in the process.
Money has changed. The check has been cut. Okay.
Yes.
So what is the estimated time of arrival for for completion of the renovation or the rebuild?
If everything goes perfect and covers
Yeah, it
and
never
cabinets,
does. It never does. But yeah, I understand.
well, the long lead item was 15 weeks for cupboards and cabinets, and then 2 to 4 more weeks for the countertops. And that puts it probably late into November or December. And those are the final items to be done because that was the longest lead time item that we ordered.
Okay. I always hesitate to do something and to put this board in a precarious situation in regard to statutory authority. I mean, Mr. Goodwillie laid out, I can read statutes, but I'm not an attorney. I think that the thing that I'd like to do, if the board was willing, and I know Mr. Goodwillie just told us it can't be done, but I'd like to try to figure out.
I'm going to stop. This is the rest of Commissioner Kavanaugh's time
okay.
now, so if you could restart the clock, and I'll call on Commissioner Friend. Okay, go ahead and continue.
Okay, I guess what I'd like to do is find out if we're going to get, let me make this simple. I want to find out if we're going to get in trouble legally if we actually did try to proverbially split the baby. So in other words, if you do that type of, this is a one-off, this is rare, and I think everybody would admit that. If you did actually go back 30 days or 60 days and you tried to reduce that tax bill, what type of jeopardy are we putting ourselves in legally? So in other words, next thing you know, the Falls get sued or the county board does, right? And I don't know who that question is for. I guess maybe Mr. Goodwillie.
Well, technically, Commissioner Friend, I don't represent the County Board of Equalization. Teresa Urick is perfectly competent, and she does. In terms of where this can go, the most immediate concern is our office can appeal decisions of county boards of equalization. I don't know that we would necessarily choose to or choose not to in this instance. We would go down, we would go back to the office, sit down and think about it. We got 30 days. I don't know if this would raise to the level of, there is a statute in, I want to say it's 77, I think it's in the 1730s someplace, that makes boards and commissions that wrongfully abate taxes liable for those taxes if somebody sues them. Whether somebody would look at this and decide to take that action or not, I don't know. But if it were me and I were you, I would consult with the county attorney's office.
Can we ask, Teresa, could you opine on this real briefly if you do have an opinion on
Sure,
it?
Teresa York, County Attorney's Office. So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking about apportioning some part of the year to the prior value and then the rest of the year to the damaged value. Is that the question?
Yeah, if you took, that's correct.
Okay.
Ms. Urick, if you took 5 months, this fire happened in April. If you took 5 months off of a $3,500 tax bill, you're essentially talking about close to $1,000, $875, right?
So I'm going to agree with Mr. Goodwillie. There is no provision in the statute to do the apportionment of part of a year. This provision talks about this being the value for the current assessed year. And so there isn't a mechanism in the statute as currently written to do this apportionment of part of a year.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Teresa.
I do have a question for Teresa probably. Here's where that you have two things, Mr. Fall, that we're having a problem with. And the first one is the timing. Because of January 1, when your assessment was placed on your home, it was the $152,300. That was before the fire of, quote, April. The second thing you have against you is the law that Mike Goodwillie has talked about, and that is for destroyed property, with you stating that the cause was a faulty circuit breaker that kind of bounces you all out of being able to fall under the guidelines of this law because of the statement that is in the law that says fire, earthquake, flood, tornado, or other natural disaster. So the fire wasn't caused by a natural disaster. And so, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm reading or interpreting what I believe is right here, and I'm going to ask our county attorney, am I reading that, those two issues, date and definition, correctly?
For the answer is yes. And so if I may, for the date, there really are two different time periods here. One is, as Mr. Mike Goodwillie pointed out, is the date that property is generally assessed as January 1. For a destroyed property, if a property fit into the definition of destroyed property, the destruction has to happen, it occurs between January 1 or July 1. And so if the destroyed property fit into the definition, there's a different window that we're looking at for that time frame. Then with regards to destroyed property, the definition of calamity, you're correctly describing that. It describes it requires a disastrous event, and then we have some examples in the statute that are non-exhaustive, because it says including but not limited to fire, earthquake, flood, tornado, or other natural event. And so I do think it's problematic that it was started by the circuit breaker, and I think that's buttressed a little bit by Mr. Goodwillie brought up. This was created by the legislature in 2019 in regards to the historic floods. And so I think that's why the natural event is there. I don't think it's contemplating, a burst pipe in your house or other similar. It's not a disastrous event or other natural event, something like a burst pipe or a circuit breaker.
Okay. And then my last question, I'm sorry, Mr. Falk, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. That circuit breaker deal is not exactly a correct description of what went on. The short was before the junction box going into the house. It was actually the major voltage and current entering the house and was prior to a circuit breaker. I'm not sure how that, we had a young lady over there, and I think that might have been her interpretation of what I was talking about, because the circuit breaker box may have been mentioned.
Okay.
So,
but it wasn't caused by a natural disaster.
But it was exasperated by nature in the fact that we had a heavy south wind that night.
Right.
Whether that fits into that definition or not.
Right, right.
When I read Form 425, first of all, my prior career was in quality management, and we were always on a quest for continuous improvement. When I read Form 425, I believe that based on the actual sentence regarding the event type, that saying it was, if it's a fire, a this, a that, a this, or a that, or some other natural event, kind of is a misleading directive, because if it maybe was reworded, then I would not have I would have said, well, this, based on this one sentence on Form 425, if it said a natural event such as a fire, an earthquake, a tornado, but it kind of, and I believe one of the first gentlemen there said he kind of interpreted that sentence the same as I did. The fact that it says these items or some other, that's making an assumption that the prior words
Commissioner,
are
Mr. Falk,
included in that phrase, I guess, in that sentence.
Thank you. I'm out of my time. Any other questions or comments by commissioners? Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item?
Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska. Thank you for calling in, sir. Like Mr. Friend, I'm not an attorney, but I can read. I have read a lot of statutes, and I was reading the Open Meetings Act last night. What I do realize is, having lived in my house here in Omaha since 1971, and watching the property value of that go up and up and up and up and up, and now, because some guy sells out in California for a high amount of money, comes to Omaha and pays cash, maybe way over the actual market value. But you base my taxes on that guy, what that guy paid, not what I paid. That's not fair.
To the
Now-
agenda item, please.
Okay, but now, just a minute, let me finish. It gets back to him. Reading the language of that one sentence, for example. Well, somebody, lawyer, is going to have to try and find out, was there a natural event that caused some damage there? Of course, the utility companies are going to tell you, well, from the street end, sir, it's your responsibility. However, I'm not a mole. I can't look under the ground to see if a natural storm, such as we've had a couple recently, maybe toppled a tree somewhere that caused the line to bust, which caused the thing before the circuit breaker or before it even got into the house. But there's that poor little property owner. So I guess I would suggest to him that he should probably ask the city council to declare it blighted and apply for TIF financing and put up a new apartment building and make a profit out of it. That seems to be twisted, but you know, after years of listening to different conversations, things get twisted here too. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that we're not being told the truth on a lot of things. But he can't defend against himself with all of the very precise lawyers around in the language. But, you know, your perception of a natural event is probably different than mine. So give the guy a break and change the property tax business to basing it on the property owner's taxes. Consumer price index, maybe. Oh, well, that's going to go sky high too. But not on the basis of somebody overpaying for a house, bumping mine up and driving me out. We might as well load the wagons up and head back east. Nebraska's not for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no other questions or comments. I have one for my second time. Mr. Falk, when did you get the insurance, the check from the insurance company? Has that been settled yet?
The money went into a bank, and the bank is issuing it based on work performed. So only part of it has been given to the general contractor, and a majority of it resides in a bank, which is in the name of the contractor, the bank that owns the house, all 30,000 that's left on the mortgage, and our names.
Right. Okay.
So I think the first reimbursement went out, I'm gonna guess June maybe, and it was 1/3 of the total amount.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I do want to stand corrected when I said you had two things against you, and that was the time of January 1, because the law, this law for reporting destroyed real property, actually you fall within that January 1 through July 1 time frame, so I want to stand corrected. I misspoke. And then secondly, I still have a problem with this fire not really being following the law where it says a natural disaster. And then my last question goes back to Mr. Goodwillie in terms of, I know as Board of Equalization, we have placed partial values on property during construction type situations. Does this property fit in that category where we could place a partial until the end of the time that the construction's done.
No, Commissioner, when you see partial values, often we'll do that. Somebody's got it half built as of January 1 or 3/4 built as of January 1. And then as it gets completed during the year, then the year before it gets, the next year, January 1, it's complete, then it gets full value. This was complete and done and dusted as of January 1 of 2021. So, no, that's, I don't think that's really an option.
Okay, well because I understand
No,
that.
that's a fair question. We do that all the time when buildings are partially complete.
Well, and my point to that is I understand the January 1 timeline doesn't fit to that partial because it was,
Right.
okay, January 1. But now the destroyed property legislation comes into play in terms of the timing, not the timing of it. So the fire happened between January 1 and July 1.
Sure.
And so again, I was just questioning whether that quote partial would be able to fit in that time frame so that we could say, okay, so between now and the end of the year, and you would have to go out and make sure at the end of the year the construction was done and all of that to raise it to its appropriate value. But for that time frame, would we be able to place, because of this new law, place that partial on this property?
If you think that this property qualifies, any reduction you would make would be for the entire year.
Right, till the end, till the construction.
It would be the value that shows up on the fall's tax bill that they get in December.
Okay, I got 1 minute.
I guess it all wraps itself around the question of do they qualify or not.
Right, and that again, I go back to, unfortunately, because the way the law is written, I'm trying to find loopholes. I'm not finding any that it doesn't fit. So, Commissioner Morgan?
Well, I think we'd have a difficult time based on what Teresa said and the timing of this. I think we're all having some issues and we'd like to be helpful. I think what I'd like to say to Mr. Goodwillie in the assessor's office is, we don't know exactly how that home was before, but I hope he doesn't see an increase over the value next year based on the fact that, we're doing new countertops or whatever. I mean, he may have had granite countertops before. We don't have pictures and we don't want pictures of how it was, but I sure hope we don't see some increase in the value of this home next year unless that neighborhood seems to have a 3% or something increase. That's the only thing I'd like to go on record saying.
Thank you. All right, with that, there is, okay.
As of January 1, 2022.
Mr. Bowman, can you state your name for the record?
My name is Monty Bowman. As of January 1, 2022, the property owner would be able to say in a protest that this much of my property was unused during 2021. So I'm saying their relief actually would come next year when they could say I was out of my house 80% of the year. That's how the occupancy that you were talking about, if it was only 75% complete, 80% complete, that's their argument on how much usage you had for it for the current year, because how much usage you have this year is based on what your taxes are next year. So their relief, if they cannot qualify here, it's when their house is completed and January 1 comes up again, how much time were you out of your house? Because that's your argument. It's how much did you occupy it during the year?
Okay.
We've done that with many businesses where they only had it a certain period.
I don't think that's correct, but.
For residential property where you're not using the income approach, that's nonsense.
That's what I.
Okay.
Well, it just doesn't fit. It's not nonsense. It doesn't fit. Okay, with that, Commissioner Maureen Boyle, this is your second time.
So I think I just want to make a motion to grant the property owner the relief that he's looking for, just to kind of bring this to a conclusion.
I would second that, but,
May I ask for if
So-
I may, County Clerk Ashier, how do you want to break it down? I know he asked for roughly $40,000 to $50,000.
Sure, so the land was already worth 40. I can't remember the exact amount in there. And then just adding another 40 to it for what the current value of the property, the building itself would be. To make it 80,000.
Current land value is $35,500, so just do $44,500 to make it an even 80,000 is what you're recommending?
Yes,
Okay,
make it value it at 80,000.
okay.
Is there a second? Did you second it?
I did second it. Did you want me to comment on that?
No.
Okay.
There's a motion by Commissioner Maureen Boyle and a second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote. That just opens the door to bad stuff.
Motion passes 4-2. Commissioner Rogers and Borgeson voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
All right, thank you for being with us this morning. And I think, do you understand what happened, Mr. Fall?
Well, I heard that the motion passes. I'm just not sure what the motion was.
That they reduced your value on your property to 80,000.
Very good. I
Okay.
appreciate that very much. And as a final, once again, a continuous improvement opportunity, please take a look at that Form 425 so that if you really want it to be specific, that maybe you change the order of that sentence
Yes.
or, I don't know, somehow or another clarify it. And it may help
Yes,
reduce
all this.
this,
All the
yes.
discussion.
But I appreciate the people in the audience that kind of stuck up for me, the people on the board for all of your wisdom and knowledge. And this is actually a very interesting experience, one I hope to never go through again.
Well, we hope you don't have to either, so thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we
Have a
will be
good day.
looking at this legislative item for sure. Next is item E, and this is setting the 2021 real property valuations for real property protests that were reviewed by the Douglas County Board of Equalization and its referees. And Catherine, I'm going to just ask you to begin by giving an overview of our process, if you would, please, before we begin.
Catherine Hall, Douglas County Administration. And sure, the brief process is during the month of June. Per state statute, any property owner may protest the real property valuation with their County Board of Equalization. Those protests are received during the month of June, and then this Board of Equalization hires professional appraisers acting as referees to review those protests and make recommendations to this Board of Equalization. Those recommendations are attached as backup to item E for this board to take action on.
Thank you, Catherine. And just for further history on this item, we as the Board of Commissioners sit as the Board of Equalization, and past history has been we as that Board of Equalization listening to each one of the protests that come before us. It got to the point where physically it was, it just didn't work for the entire board to sit as the Board of Equalization to hear these protests. And we thought that the better process with experts in this field sitting on our behalf, that's why we went to the referee system. In past, the referees' recommendations came before this board, and the board approved those. What has happened over the course of time is that individual properties have been pulled out and talked about, or individuals were told to come down to the board and speak. That is off the beaten path of what the original intent of going to the board of referee style was. So this board has to have a conversation after this year's process on how we want to proceed next year. This is a public meeting though, and folks that do have questions are not going to be denied the right to come before this board and ask about their protest. We do have our referee professionals in the audience with us, one for residential and one for commercial. And we did have the assessor's office, but I think Mike's still here too. So I just want to, rules of the game, again, it's like any other citizen coming before, you have a limit of 5 minutes to state your case and to ask or to state what your request is of the Board of Equalization. And then the board will have discussion and then ultimately decide on what to do. So with that, those who are wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about their 2021 protest, you may begin. And I will, at 1 minute, also tell you that you have 1 minute left so you're aware of where you are in your speaking points.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
I actually have 2 properties for 2 different owners. Do I have 5 minutes total or 10 minutes?
No, you'll get 5 minutes for each property.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to correct one thing, Ms. Borgeson. You said, I've been doing this for almost 40 years. Originally, we met with the entire board.
Right.
Some time ago, then we met with subsets of the board.
Right.
So,
I didn't go into the long version.
but unfortunately, we're here. We
The
are.
law
And
changed.
I would like to compliment Mr. Ash and his staff. I've been doing this extensive for the last 3 years. Your staff is very cooperative, and I appreciate that. The first property I have.
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, sure. Myron Kaplan, 11404 West Dodge Road, Suite 500. My first one is an industrial flex property at 2411 South 156 Circle. It's parcel number 14044750023.
Mr. Kaplan, do you know by chance what page that might be on?
God, I don't know.
That's
I'm
a-
sorry. The owner's Ed Miller and Sons.
Ed Miller and Sons?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
It's a little tough because you do your even personal ones by first name. It's a little hard to find. It's 14044750023. It's 2411 South 156 Circle.
It's towards the top of page 48 on
It's
the list of recommendations.
It's the only one for Ed Miller and Sons. This is an industrial flex property. This is the second straight year my client has protested this property, and the 2020 protest is now on appeal with Turk. In 2020, we made an equalization argument for this property that went unaddressed by both the referee and the referee coordinator. We pointed out 8 comparable properties in the Horizon West subdivision. They're all industrial flex properties. The average assessed value of those 8 properties was $58.35 a square foot. This property is assessed at $74.25 a square foot. We had asked to be equalized with those 8 other properties. One of those properties was another property owned by the same owner. That property was only assessed at, I believe, $60 a square foot. For whatever reason, the assessor did not address the equalization argument. We filed the appeal to Turk, and then after that appeal was filed, we approached the Douglas County attorney about a settlement based on our equalization argument. On June 24th of this year, the county attorney rejected the settlement offer. However, in her response, she stated that the comparable properties we cited were comparables, but the problem wasn't that our property was too high. The other properties are assessed too low, and those need to be reevaluated. Well, that may be true, but if we're comparable properties, we're entitled to be equalized. If the county wants to come back and take a look at those 8 other properties in 2022 and raise those, and correspondingly raise ours, that we'll face that battle next year. But you are a Board of Equalization, and we feel we're entitled to be equalized with the comparable properties in that same subdivision, even one of our own properties. So in 2021, we made the same equalization argument again. The referee coordinator, I'm not sure who the referee coordinator is this year because the reports aren't on file. We just have comments from the referee and the referee coordinator. And basically, the referee coordinator, in denying the equalization argument, said two things. He said, one, well, these properties aren't comparable. And then he said the other property, which is my client's other property, it's only 15,000 square feet, and the subject property is 47,000 square feet. Well, with respect to the first argument, the county attorney has said they are comparable. And with respect to the second argument, the property that's 15,000 square feet, which is my client's other property, and this property is 47,000 square feet, the reason for that is this parcel has two buildings on it. They're basically 20 to 25,000 square feet in total. So we're comparing a 15,000 square foot building and two buildings slightly over 22,000 square feet. So we're not comparing a 15,000 square foot building and a 47,000 square foot building. So our argument is we simply want to be equalized with the properties around us. If you look at the overall assessed value of the 8 properties we cited, that would be a value of $2,783,000. If you just equalize us with our other property in this subdivision, it'd be $2,871,000. And the county has this assessed at, Dan, can you help me?
3 million.
3 million something, I know.
547,800.
So it's simply an equalization argument. Again, if the county wants to come back and raise all those other values in 2022, that's their prerogative. I'm sure we'll be down here again. But, you know, that's all I have for this property. Does anyone have any questions?
1 minute, okay. Well, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. What's the current valuation?
Dan?
3,547,800.
So it's been valued at this.
It was valued at that in 2020, and we're on appeal to Turk right now on that value.
Pending.
Pending, yes, sir. And the problem with Turk is it's taking 2 years or more.
Yeah, I understand. Turk's a slow crawl. So how long has it been at that $3.5 million?
2020 it was raised.
From?
2 million. So in from 2017 to 2019, the property's total value was $2,584,600.
So in your Turk appeal, are you asking for that valuation?
No, we're asking for basically to be equalized, which would be about 2.7 million.
Okay.
No, we will accept an increase in value, but we want to be treated fairly with the other property owners in the subdivision.
And you made this case to the referee, is that correct?
In 2020, we made the case. For whatever reason, the referee and the referee coordinator did not address the issue. They did address the issue on the other property we had in the subdivision and accepted the equalization argument and reduced the other property.
Okay.
For whatever reason, they ignored it on this property.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I guess I'd like to hear from the referee, if we could. Thank you for this.
Hey, Chris.
Chris Musto, BOE Commercial Coordinator. And Commissioner Kavanaugh, I'm sorry, but it's not the referee because we don't have all the referees here. But as a coordinator, you understand.
I do.
And so if I can just lay out quickly the groundwork, no, I don't have exact recollection of this one or having looked at so many, but some quick notes. I will tell you that each property is looked at independently. And so as Mr. Kaplan has alluded to, he's probably gotten some relief on some properties when we looked at the information, and maybe we didn't give him relief on other properties. The individual, each property, it's not blanketed in, but we did look at comparables that were provided or analysis for income or whatever we were working with. We can pull those up and look at those comments. But I don't, without kind of rehashing through the system again, it's difficult for me to address that specific property. But I do feel like we looked at each property individually. We didn't, that is the job that you've asked us to do, and we do that in a time frame that, we are able to. We know there's a deadline to meet, and we try to meet that deadline. So there's a lot of work.
And I appreciate that, and I do know that the referees do a good and meticulous job with, many properties. It's difficult, but that's not the question. I guess my question is, and maybe we would come back to this in the second half, is do we have access here in real time to those notes that we could refresh our recollection with?
I believe Dan Esch can speak to that.
If I can pull them up on the, yeah.
It's, again, you get 5 minutes for this property and 5 minutes to speak on it. I just want to remind everybody. 5 minutes per commissioner.
Yeah, I guess, to get both sides of it, it would probably be enlightening to have
That's
the
what the problem is with this.
opinion of our
1 minute.
referees who work for us.
Oh, hitting the wrong keyboard here. All right.
This is another.
Because if I
So first
understand.
is, scrolling down to the referee recommendation.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it, or can you guys see
Yes,
it?
I'm having difficulty
All right.
seeing it.
So the referee says 2020 value is at Turk, and data submitted is not enough to make me want to reevaluate the assessment, so that he kept the value as is.
Okay.
Mr. Musto just says he upholds the referee's recommendation, and this is a little longer. Review of the assessor, protester, and referee information, the protest is dismissed. Although the referee did not go into great detail.
All right, Dan, that's time, so just leave it up there.
Sure.
So that we'll come back on his second time around. Commissioner Morgan?
Well, first, I want to thank Dan Ish for all he's done in keeping us informed in the material you send out to us. I'm a firm believer, Mr. Kaplan, in equalization, and we see some of that inconsistencies in that. Are the buildings built at the same time that you're comparing it with?
I know my clients' two buildings were built at about the same time, and they have the same quality condition on them for both properties. I think Mr. Musto's comment is some of the other comparables are considered maybe either lesser quality or lesser condition, and that's very subjective. But the other property my client owns has the exact same quality and condition, was under the same model in 2020. And as I said, they applied equalization for the other property, and they didn't apply it on this property last year or this year.
And you do have it before Turk now, so
Yes,
you're
sir.
waiting to hear back.
Right.
File again?
And the other property is valued at that much less?
Yes.
That your client owns?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd make a motion that we grant his request of that reduction based on the fact of trying to have equalization. You got the same owner of two buildings, one's valued at less. It doesn't make sense, and they're right adjacent to each other.
Well, Mr. Morgan, I can't say they're adjacent, but they're in the same subdivision. It's like there's not that many buildings in that Horizon West.
So it's a building that they're valuing different, not the land.
That's correct.
And it's, I think you said $70 a foot, 70, what was it?
We're at 74.25. The other building is at, I'm trying to.
60 something, I think.
Right.
You
I
said.
should have it. One second, I have it in my notes here. Can't lay my hands on it. Oh, here it is. It's right here. The other building's at $60 per square foot. And this building's at $74.25 a square foot. These two buildings, again, there are two buildings on this parcel. Combined, they're at $74.25 a square foot. They're identical buildings, slightly different size, but.
And so you have this building at Turk right now.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions or comment? Commissioner, I'll get it, turn your light on. No, that's okay. Okay, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. We were in the middle of this coordinator's recommendation comments. If we could just read through that because it's difficult to see it on the screen. Mr. Oh,
my eyes aren't that good.
It's not good when I have the best eyes, let me tell you. But anyway, A review of the assessor, protester, and referee information. The protest is dismissed. Although the referee did not go into great detail, a thorough review of the present data revealed on equalization that 6 of the 8 comps were lower quality and condition in addition to being older than the property being protested. One node data could be retrieved, and if there's a typo, I can't tell what maybe he meant, but anyway, verbatim it says one node data could be retrieved 15464 West Center Road. Perhaps had parcel numbers been provided as well as addresses, it could have been reviewed. The 8th comp with 15,168 square feet compared to the subject 47,696 was similar quality and condition. The protest argument regarding valuation is utilizing the subject actual numbers with the belief they are market, which was not supported in the argument provided. Utilizing the actual income and expenses would provide a least fee value and not consistent with the definition of actual value by the state of Nebraska, which requires a fee simple value estimate.
And I would note, that was a typo on my part when I filed the protest. It wasn't 15464, it should have been 15404 West Center Road.
Hey, honestly, look for it.
I know, I appreciate that. We were in a haste to get these done and get these filed in time, so that was a typographical error on my part, and I apologize for that.
I appreciate it. And you know, I think it's important when we do these things to have both sides of the story in evidence here. So I'm glad that we've got this in the record. And thank you, Council, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Friend?
Well, no, I didn't have a question or comment. I think there was a motion, right?
Is there a second? Was there, I didn't hear a second.
I'll second, just.
Okay, so tell me again what the motion was?
Motion is to grant his request for equalization with the other building in the same subdivision, and it is before Turk, and we'll get that resolved. You know, that Turk is a great aggravation that we as commissioners, I think I'd speak for all of us, would like to see timing on that issue, because it's 2 or 3 years after the people go down to Turk to get back that answer. So this answer is going to come, and like you said, if they raise them all, hey, you're fine with that.
Right.
But what you're trying to do is see that you have equalization.
Right. So the value would be $2,871,760.
All right, the motion,
Okay, so what is the breakdown of the land and building then? Because that's not the, you have 2.995 million on your protest form.
I would leave the land where it is and just correct the improvements. The land hasn't changed in years out there.
Say that I looked at that individually.
Yeah.
So can you read?
$2,871,800 to round it.
$2,871,000.
Total value.
Total value. And bear with us, Madam Chair, we'll get this typed in.
No, I understand. You've got an impossible job. This system is broken.
Don't disagree, but that's a state
Yeah.
issue.
They need to start it sooner than.
I got ideas if anybody listens.
I'll make a comment while you're typing, if you can turn the thing on. This is a perfect example of why this process is bad. I'm sitting here and I have nothing other than what's written on that sheet and what you're telling me. I have nothing else to base my decision on. And I'm not faulting you, I'm faulting our process. And so I can't vote for these because I don't have enough information. I have left our role of looking at these properties to our experts, our referees. I'm not saying we should just, that we're a rubber stamp, but the process that we have for looking at these is horrible. And so it's not that I don't believe what you're saying, it's that I don't have all the information to vote on these. And so I'm going to vote against this because, again, it was the referee who had all the information And if I read the comments, I don't believe that what you're saying is equalization to what they're saying. And so, again, I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying this is our process, and I don't believe how we're doing this is fair to not only those who have done the job of looking at all these thoroughly, but to the rest of the taxpayers, and we say this every year, to the rest of the taxpayers that have not come before us arguing that they didn't agree with the referee. So that's just my opinion, and I guess I could say I'm sticking to it.
Can I respond?
Yes, you may.
I appreciate the position you're in. I've had this conversation with Commissioner Mike Boyd for the last 3 years.
Right.
This process is broken.
Exactly.
It's broken for two reasons. One, we meet with the referee makes a recommendation.
Right.
It goes to Chris,
Right.
and many times Chris overrides the referee's recommendation. We don't have an opportunity to talk to Chris. We don't even get Chris's recommendation till the eve of your meeting.
Not many.
Some. The other issue I have is, if you don't approve the reduction, and we ultimately get it from Turk in 2 to 3 years, we've paid the tax. My client doesn't get interest on his money. We're out. We lose. Even if we win, we lose because we lost the value of that money for 2 years.
I agree.
And I know there were bills before Turk to speed up the process. There's no way Turk's going to be able to speed up a 2-year or 3-year process to 6 months. There's also talk about paying interest to the winner. I don't think any of those
The
are
only
findings.
way, what I would recommend is you already have one at Turk. If you file with Turk, these will most likely be put together. That's what's been happening in the past. And again, I agree with everything you said, that this system stinks, because it does. It's broken, it doesn't work, it's not fair, in my opinion. And so, again, we have tried with legislative items to change this process, and we have not been successful. So it is what it is. But this board needs to have a discussion if we are going to continue the referee system, or are we going to take it back and sit as a full board, because that's what the law says now. We can't divvy up into 1 or 2 or 3 commissioners. It has to be the full board. And then 3, if we are going to stay with the referee system, then we have to come up with a better process for how we're going to allow, or if we're going to allow, property owners or their representatives to come before us and argue what the referee has placed as their value. We have no system right now that makes sense to me in doing that. And so that needs to be a good discussion, a thorough discussion, and changes need to be made. So again, in the end, if I had all the information, I might agree with you. But I, in my opinion, don't have the information that our experts had to make that decision. And so I'll stop. Commissioner Morgan?
I just want to say, one of the reasons I'm also trying to do this, equalization is very important. The second thing is, you've gone to Turk. If Turk does approve it, and you're still waiting the 2 years, or maybe it's 3, you only get 1 year, is my understanding of that, which to me, again, is unfair to the taxpayer, because you'll pay the other years.
We're forced to, regardless of what you do, we're forced to file an appeal.
Right. So that's another reason that I am trying to be helpful on that issue that I think is broken. And I have personally, in the last 2 weeks, met with Senator Linehan face-to-face, trying to figure out some of these things that we want change so that we have that equalization for the taxpayers, and not just on commercial property, but on homes. I've never done anything with Miller and Sons, and I never, to my knowledge, met you, but I've had a long career, so I may have met you somewhere.
We have met.
But I haven't talked to
No.
you in years.
No, that is
So
correct.
I want that clearly, no phone call, no nothing.
I would verify that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, there is a motion by Commissioner Morgan and seconded by Commissioner Friend to grant the request to equalize this property to those in the same subdivision. And that's moving the square footage from 7425 to 60, is that correct?
The assessed value per square foot, that would be correct.
$60 a square
Yes,
foot?
ma'am.
Total value, Mr. Kaplan stated that is the motion, second by Commissioner Friend, of $2,871,000.
All right, with that, any other questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion fails 2-4. Commissioners Friend and Morgan voting yes, all other commissioners voting no.
All right, thank you. And you said you had one more property?
Yes, I do.
Do I need to recuse myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
This one's one where he submitted an appraisal of mine. It wasn't on the property, but he used it as evidence for the one he's doing. So I recused myself from looking at it and passed that on to Mr. Coder. So I can have him step up here if you like.
Yep, when it's time, yes.
This is Belgrade LLC. It's, if you want the number.
Sure.
Page 48, Dan.
He's pulling it up now.
I don't attest to my typing.
9207 Western.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so this is 9207 Western Avenue, and I'm just pulling up the referee comments now.
Do you know what page that's on in our book?
It's Belgrade, it should be one of the first pages. The owner name's Belgrade.
Belgrade LLC.
Yeah. I'll run back to my spot and see if I can pull it up.
17?
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle.
If you're ready.
Page 17, seventh from the bottom. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
This property is the Parkwood Terrace Apartments, basically located at 92nd and Western Avenue. The assessor assessed this property at $12,675,500 in 2021, up from $9,355,600 in 2020. This is the third year in a row this owner has protested this property. The assessor raises the value, you've lowered it. The assessor comes right back next year, raises it, you lower it. Here we are, year 3, the assessor raised it again. We challenged the value on the income approach. The issue we have 2 issues with the model. The assessor's model uses a rent rate of $10.50 a square foot. Our problem is our client's units are larger than the average unit, so on a square foot basis, the rents per square foot can be lower. Also, his hallways and stairwells are larger, so he has less actual rental space than the comparable, so his average rent per square foot is going to be lower than the comparable properties. But our real issue is with the capitalization rate the assessor is using. The assessor uses a cap rate of 8.5%. When we did some investigation, we found that Peony Park Village Apartments filed a protest in 2020. Peony Park Village and this apartment complex have the exact same model used by the assessor, okay? Same rents, same vacancy, same expense, same cap rate. The owner of Peony Park Village in 2020 submitted an appraisal to support its protest. Surprisingly, the appraisal was performed by Mr. Musto. That's why Mr. Musto is disqualifying himself in this case. Mr. Musto's appraisal came up with a capitalization rate of 9.59%. It went to the referee coordinator in 2020 for Peony Park Village. They both recognized Mr. Musto's expertise and agreed with Mr. Musto's value, and you as a Board of Equalization approved a reduction for Peony Park Village based on a 9.59% cap rate. So now we get to 2021, and we file a protest for Parkwood Terrace. And we're asking that the same cap rate be applied, 9.59%. If anything, Parkwood Terrace should have a higher cap rate because it's older than Peony Park Village. But they're the same exact models. Now, interestingly enough, the county assessor did not raise Peony Park Village's value in 2021. So one can only assume they accepted the cap rate of Mr. Musto of 9.59%. So what we're asking is for a valuation based on 9.59%. If you just took our actual income figures and did a 9.59 cap, it'd be a value of about $9,100,000. If you simply replace the cap rate in the assessor's model from the 8.5 to the 9.59% cap rate, you get to a value of $11,251,061. Now, I know in the notes it talked about, well, they're not the same, they're different properties, and it was a year-old cap rate. Well, they may be different properties, but the assessor used the same model, so the assessor is considering them the same type property. And the fact that, yeah, the cap rate was from an appraisal year old, but the assessor is accepting that cap rate for Penny Park Village in 2021, otherwise it would have raised the value. It did not raise the value in 2021, so we assume the assessor believes that 9.59 is an appropriate cap rate.
Okay, so what is your request?
Our request would be no higher than $11,251,000. It's now at $12,675,500.
655.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 500, okay. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I guess the same as the other one, Mr. Coder, maybe you could help us with the referee's recommendations and comments, so we have a full picture of both sides.
Sure. Rick Coder, 5621 North 141st Circle, Certified General Appraiser, Coordinator for the BOE for the last 17, 18 years. I did review this file, and the real point of contention I have is if you want to come in here and appeal a $12 million property on a reduction, you better develop your own data relevant to that property for the current year. They went in there and took a property across the road, wherever it is, used data a year old, said, there is our cap rate. My opinion is you should be forming current data relevant towards your building, not somebody else's building.
Okay. I just have kind of a clarification question, because we're talking about a $12,655,500 recommendation from the referees. And this says referee total value of $10,316,600. Could you clarify that for me?
If I could walk up there and read that closer.
Yeah, I know, I have the same problem.
You need younger guys doing this, Commissioner.
It's in that second column.
We'd be happy with
Referee total value,
$10,316,000. That's the first time I saw that figure.
$10,316,600.
The referee in this case actually recommended a reduction. I, as a coordinator, overrode that.
Yeah, I see. That's the clarification then.
Okay.
So if I get this correctly, Mr. Kaplan, you're saying $11,251,000?
Right.
Okay.
We would accept that value, accepting all the assessor's model except for the cap rate. And I agree, these are different properties, but the assessor's model is not different for every property. He values comparable properties and he assesses them in the same model. So to say they're not the same property, you know, it's irrelevant. If it's the same model, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander.
We appreciate that. And Mr. Coder, do you have any response to that?
Again, Commissioner, if you want to appeal a $12 million property, you should develop current data for your property. Not try to bootleg from the neighbors, for lack of a better term.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner P.J. Morgan?
Hey, Mr. Coulter, you do an excellent job, I know, each year and for a lot of years. We appreciate it. Let me ask a question. So have you ever met with the assessor early on instead of the poor referees that have to do all this stuff and worked with the assessor about their cap rate, you know, another apartment versus your apartment? I'm just curious.
We did meet informally this year with, quite honestly, in years past, Mr. Morgan, we have elected not to meet with the assessor staff because, to be honest with you, I viewed it as a waste of time and money for my clients because we've gotten nowhere. We've talked to them. We did meet informally with them this year. And on one of the properties, not this property, another property for this owner, we did get a reduction value.
And you showed the cap rate.
Yes, yeah.
Which is important that you've done that. Now, I just want to be clear on Commissioner Kavanaugh's question. The referee that met with you put that $10 million number on. So now your request, I think, is to be at that 11 million based on the cap, which is somewhat of a compromise from, and I can't quite read the numbers. Isn't it 12 million something?
12,655,500.
So it seems like, and I hate to be the one always talking about this, but it seems like that you're trying to meet in the middle here. I'm not sure why the referee put it at 10 million, the recommendation. Mr. Calder, I want to be respectful of you, that the referee did put it down lower than what they're even requesting. And then I think, if I heard it right, you looked at it and felt, after talking with the referee, maybe that wasn't a good.
Apparently, the referee commissioner felt that the utilization of that other cap rate in the other property was all right, and I disagreed with him vehemently, so I did what I get paid to do.
Okay.
All right, any other questions, Commissioner Morgan?
No,
All
I'll
right.
see what others might say.
All right, no other lights on or questions? I would say at this point, your value will stay as recommended by the referees.
Oh, wait a minute.
Are you going to make a motion?
What, now, when you said it by the referee?
Which is 12,655,000.
Okay, that was
Right.
not the referee's recommendation, but the,
Well,
what do you call?
Coordinator.
The coordinator. I just wanted to be.
Right,
I
the
don't
one that's
ever
on the
mean to
books.
correct
but- No,
you.
no, that's a good point. It's the one that's in our books. To
Yeah,
approve
it would be the one in the books of the,
Of our referee process, let's just put it that way.
yeah, the referee process. The coordinator changed the referee's recommendation.
Right.
From the 10 back to the regular situation.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Who has the next property?
Let's go move this out of the way here for
I know.
Monty
I
Bowman with
know.
Abris. And the very first one.
Could you state your name, please?
Monty Bowman.
And
Sorry.
what property are you?
The property that I am discussing is Nate's Stumble Inn, which is located in Bennington.
What's the parcel number?
I have a parcel number. They don't have it on here. That's the problem. It's not on this one.
Mr. Bowman, what's a property address? Is there a property
They
address?
don't have this on this. This is your referee recommendation. And on the sheet that I was given for the referee recommendation, there is no address. There is actually no parcel number either.
Well, oh, sorry. Oh,
This is the one that's under Romanano.
okay, 15409 South 2nd Street.
Yes.
That is on page 142 towards the top. Romano Enterprises LLC,
Okay.
15409 South 2nd Street.
Okay.
What I have is basically the referee recommendation, and this is based on the fact that we've been arguing that cost. The referees in prior years have noted that there are things that need to be changed, condition, quality, square foot, et cetera. But since they can't make the change, they've just dismissed the protests. So we've appealed these to Turk. This year, we had 3 of them. We requested them, please make a specific note of those things that need to be changed. Then we will give it to the board and let them figure out how do we get them changed by the assessor, since the referee and coordinator cannot. And that is what we have here, is a list of those recommendations on just one of those 3 that they say need to be changed. They affect the square footage, the year built, how old it is. That's what these recommendations are, and that's why we're bringing them to the board, is to figure out how do we get those physical changes made that the referee has recommended.
All right. My recollection of that issue is that you submit those to the assessor's office.
That's been done every year for 4 years. Still, though, this has not been changed, and that's why the referee noted this is not a 2-story. We've shown pictures that there's only a half a flight of stairs up from a landing, a half a flight down. It's a walkout basement in the back. They doubled the square footage of the building. every one of the notes we were able to show, and the referee has made this recommendation, and we've done it before, and keep asking the county assessor's office, and they still say, nope, it's a two-story. It's not even close. The referees have all agreed it's not a two-story. It doubles the square footage. They changed on a remodel in 2012 to where they said they had come in, that's when they changed it from a bar and grill to a full-fledged restaurant where you can still get a drink if you want to. All of the changes made in 2012 were personal property, and the owner has provided the personal property returns numerous times to show that there was no changes made to the building. If they would have put those changes on the building and the personal property, they're being double taxed. So the only improvements they made were coolers, etc., to turn the kitchen into something more of a full-fledged restaurant instead of a bar and grill. By changing and saying there was a remodel, building changes from 100 years old to 50 years old. By changing it from a two-story to a one-story, 5,200 to over 10,400 square feet. Now these have been noted 3-4 years. It's still on appeal. We have a request for confession of judgment with the county attorney as well with these recommendations, but nobody has ever figured out how, because no matter if you're a bank or if you're a bowling alley, the cost approach is going to be used because that's unique. There's not a lot of comparables for them. But no matter which one, whoever has cost, if you have a complaint about the condition or quality, the referee does not have access to make those adjustments. None of them do. No coordinators.
1 minute.
So no matter what happens, that's the problem, is we've been trying to get the referee to first note what needs to be changed. Then we can give it to the board and say, how do we do these changes? We got to see, how is that going to affect the value? Well, when you cut 5,200 down from 10,000, a 100-year-old building instead of a 50-year-old building, it's going to make a big adjustment on the value.
Okay,
That's the argument we've got with this. We need to know how to make those changes.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I guess same. I'd like to hear what the recommendation and see what the notes say from our
I know, I gotta tell him.
referees.
Rick and Chris, just come sit up front here.
Yeah, you're gonna
Please.
get called on
I'm
every
sorry.
time.
No, that they should have at the beginning.
Well, this right here is what Mr. Bowman had,
That he just
or,
stated.
yeah, anyway, what he, basically the summary of what he stated. And then properties at 531,900 basically was requesting for a $300,000 reduction. They submitted some photos. And then here is, well, I was
Just a
scrolling
minute,
by some,
right?
but anyway, here it says see attached comments, the referee, so I'm gonna scroll back up. And so this is what the referee provided. So not Mr. Musto, but the referee.
And maybe, just to speed this up and get it in the record, we could read that into the record, Mr. Musco.
Certainly, very quickly. The protested property is a 2-level building with a restaurant on the lower level and a banquet hall on the upper level. The property is assessed at $50.37 of finished building area. The 2 equalization comps provided are a daycare and a mixed-use retail building with some residential space. Both equalizations comps provided are 2 levels. They are assessed at $22.27 and $44.80 per square foot of finished space, respectively. Additionally, there is a 2-level bar tavern across the street assessed at $54.38 per square foot of finished building area. The comparables are all much smaller than the protested property, in general not very comparable. Please review the chart below, which kind of sets out the subject in those 3 comparable, including the bar tavern, which probably is most like it, but you can see the conditions of average good, average fair. There are no qualitative or other adjustments being made outside of showing the price per square foot, finished square foot. On the basis of equation, it is recommended that protest be dismissed. No other information, i.e. comparable sales, operating data, et cetera, was provided, which would indicate that the property is assessed above market value. Limited photos were provided for inspection but did not include the overall condition or finish of the property. Concerns expressed by the protester in the meeting are as follows. The property is assessed as 2 stories and it should be assessed as a 1-story with a finished basement, as is comparable, and the number there and then the other one. All 3 buildings are similar design in that they are 2 levels with the lower level exposed on one side of the building. Overall concerns surrounding the effective age and overall condition. The protester suggested the HVAC be changed from complete to package. A review of the assessor's office a review with the assessor's office indicates that the type of AC used for the property is correct. Comments from the assessor register of deed information made on 7/10/2019 regarding the kitchen being enlarged with new flooring and painting is inaccurate. Protester indicated that the additions made to the kitchen are in the form of personal property.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
I was really going to ask if Mr. Goodwillie could just address the questions of Mr. Bowman. I think part of it just had to do with the fact, and again, I'm just naive to the process, but we wanted to get an assessment or a review of the property, an inspection of the property directly is what it sounds like. And I just want to understand if there's what our constituent is asking, if he can just help through the process to make sure that he's getting his questions answered, and if his concerns are something that can be addressed through the assessor's office.
Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor's Office. I think what's clear from the referee notes is this is a 2-level building, and there seems to be an argument about whether it should be treated as a 2-story building or a top story with a basement. And in the end, it's our opinion that it's a 2-story building. I think this is an opinion business, and opinions can vary. So I guess we are agreeing to disagree with Mr. Bowman on how he characterizes the property.
And then just for my edification, so is this a property that's been inspected by the assessor's office directly?
Well, it sounds like we've done some review, and at some point we would have, sure. I mean, yeah, I don't have our RealWare system in front of me. I don't have the notes in front of me. I suspect at some point we reviewed it and took pictures and looked at it and characterized it this way, yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Sure.
Okay.
The big question that we'd had was that when you walk in, it's like a split entry house when you walk in. You walk into a landing, there's 9 stairs up, 9 stairs down. Any kind of commercial or industrial, 12 to 14 stairs, that's standard. At a house, it's 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 steps on a split level. This is a split level because of the way they are in Bennington. Your street level, when you walk in, you're on a platform, you're gonna walk up a half a level to get to the banquet room, a half a level to get to the restaurant, and then it has a walkout basement. It's got very limited parking. So on days when they know they're extremely busy, they cannot book anything in the reception hall upstairs. If they have the receptions upstairs, it's only gonna be on days when they know they're not real busy. And that split level makes the big difference, and for years it had always been a one story. We wanted it at least changed to a split. I don't know how they can do that, because on a residential it's easy. You walk in on a landing, half a step down, half a step up. It's the same way with this one. It's not a full 2-story. There's no full set of stairs anywhere in the building.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mike Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bowman, so just to, I know Old Bennington really well, and the whole thing, Old Bennington and this area does get confusing. Okay, so I'm going to lean on the idea that the comparables are. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm going to lean on the idea.
Comparables were provided by the owner because I only helped him after he filed the protest. My argument was the fact that it was considered a 2 instead of a 1. Those comps were provided by him, not knowing how that worked.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Finally, you're thinking this is $27,000 off?
No, it's the difference is 5,000 square feet. They're doubling the square footage. For years, it had always been 1 story. 5,000 square feet. They came in and reassessed it again and changed it to a 2-story. It's still the same. It's still a split level to get in. The hills out there, that's the way a lot of those are when you come into them out there. It's
Right,
completely different.
but Mr. Bowman, my point is, and I'm sure we could, I'm sure we could get into a deep dialogue. There's 4,500 things in this book. There's 4,500 items in this book. To Commissioner Borgeson's, to Chair Borgeson's point, you took your time, you have the ability to come down here, and what I'm saying is I'm having a tough time trying to understand where, I know that property, I know what you're talking about, I walk by it all the time. I'm having a tough time understanding the differentiation between the guy who's got the insurance building right next to it. I mean, I hear what you're saying. We're having a lot of trouble getting our hands wrapped around this stuff. Here's the thing. I'd love to help you out, but again, to Chair Borgeson's point, I don't know if I'm in a position to do that. And I've made this comment, this is ad valorem. I mean, property tax is the worst possible way to tax people on the face of the earth because it's very subjective, and you put smart people in a really, really tough position to make subjective calls and arguments. So my answer to you is, and by the way, we do all represent different districts. I represent Bennington, and I represent other areas up in the Northwest. I can't make decisions based on, when it comes to these assessments and valuations based on district. I mean, what I need is concrete evidence, and frankly, if it were up to me, we would take another day next week, take all 4,500, I don't know if I have time, I don't know if we all have time, I'd take 4,500 of these and go through every one of them. I mean, I'd love to do that, but you see where I'm going with this? I don't know what to do with it. I mean, I think you're shooting straight with us, but I don't know how to reconcile this at this point.
We have this problem with any cost approach, any of them. If anybody comes up and says that they've got a question of quality, condition, square footage, it cannot be changed. The only one that can make that physical change, and we've tried this for years to do this in front of the county assessor. It's never worked. We keep taking pictures and showing them. It's a split level. It can't be a full two-story. We have showed them over and over. We brought in contractors to show them. That's not a two-story. They still keep recommending it back to a two-story. It's not.
Okay.
It can't be.
I very much appreciate your time here today. Thanks.
All right, with that, there are no other lights. What's the will of the board? All right, it looks like we're going to stick with the referee's recommendation, sir.
That's fine. The
Thank
next
you.
item that I had
And-
brought up, this was from last year. If you remember, we had an income approach where we had lost evidence.
Is
Mr. Musto,
is this a property?
3 of them. We have 20275 Honeysuckle Drive. And then, this is the one they had the questions on, 17525 Gold Plaza.
Well, this is 20275 Honeysuckle Drive that I'm pulling up right now.
Yep. These are both by the same owner. Evidence got lost last year.
You know, you say it like it's fact. I wish you would say you believe
Well,
evidence got
okay.
lost.
Okay.
They believed
Okay.
that it was lost. We ended up having to redo the hearing. Once we ended up redoing the hearing when the information was somewhere where they could actually see it. Okay. This owner has 2 properties, and what we had done, same as last year, we've submitted prior 3 years, profit and loss statements. All owners do their own bookkeeping. All we want to do is submit those to the county assessor or to the referees, coordinators, have them remove what's supposed to be removed from there to do an income approach. They then come up with a net operating income for those 3 years. They then have an average, apply the county assessor's cap rate. That was not done. They basically said that the taxpayer didn't calculate it right. Well, he wasn't trying to. He just submitted the profit and loss statements to see what the numbers would be. His estimate said it would be less. The second one was at 175.25. That's the one that the board, we sat here when Mr. Musto showed the net operating income for the 3 years, but dismissed it saying it looked like it was pretty close. When we did the numbers, it was $94,000 difference. We're running into the same problem again. We're giving the 3 years prior. The referees are not showing what those actual NOIs are for those 3 years. They're not showing what the average is, and they're not giving us a total as to what the new value would be. They're just saying we think it's close, and they're dismissing them. That's the problem we've got with all three of these.
Okay, Mr. Bowman, can you again tell us what it's 20275 Honeysuckle Drive, 17125
25 Gold Plaza.
Gold?
Yep.
And you said there's a third one?
The third one, 7007 Grover Street, that is the Comfort Inn.
Comfort Inn?
Comfort Inn. The Comfort Inn was a little more complicated because it had split owners. We had to get profit and loss statements from the prior owners and from the new owners both.
Okay.
But we did get the full 3 years.
So the same argument for all three of these
All
properties?
three, income approach only.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Just to clarify, the first property, now that we're lumping these together, I'm trying to keep them straight. The address is 20275 Honeysuckle?
Drive, correct.
Okay. And who's the owner of that property?
It's Mark Morris is who the owner is. They've got it under Heritage Point or something else. There's a couple of different ownership names.
And if somebody could tell us what page that is on, that'd be great.
Dan Esch, County Clerk. 20275 Honeysuckle Drive's on page 12 towards the top.
Okay. And then the second property, what was the address of that?
7525 Gold Plaza. These are the same owners.
7525, I'm sorry?
Gold Plaza.
Gold?
Gold.
And who's the owner there?
That's Mark Morris again. I believe it's either Heritage Point or they've got a couple of different deed holder names.
In the page?
I'm looking that up right now. That is on page 121, 4 rows down from the top.
Okay. And the third property?
The third property is 7007 Grover Street.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing.
7007 Grover Street.
And that is on
7007?
Yes, 7007 Grover Street, and that is at the bottom of page 11.
Okay, and the owner there?
Baba Buddha.
Baba Buddha.
Okay. Now, just to get these straight, and I wish we would do them one at a time rather than lumping them together like this, but I'll work on this. Without the ability to immediately look up all three of these, it would help if we knew what the recommendation is and what you're requesting. Two numbers, okay? The recommendation is number A, and the requested adjustment is number B. So
we had given an estimate, but we don't know.
Hold on. I'm just asking for, in the first property at 20275 Honeysuckle Drive, what's the recommendation of our referees?
Okay, the recommendation of the referee, which is presented to the board, is to dismiss, leave the property at $2,086,100.
Okay, and Mr. Bowman, what's your request on that property?
The request was to put it at $1,426,118.
Okay. We have, and this is going to take some time, so we'll probably go into the next 5 minutes, heard Mr. Bowman's rationale for that. What is the referee's recommendation for the record?
Commissioner Kavanaugh, on this Honeysuckle Drive, I'll just read the comments from the referee because I think it's,
That's you.
that is
referee.
George Teaser, referee.
Yeah, but you're the, yep.
Oh, okay, we do have that. The tax representative submitted several years of income and expense statements. The statements included an expense for real estate tax, but when the actual expenses are adjusted to reflect triple net lease, the NOI is very similar to the county model and overall value. Based on the lack of evidence, the analysis of 2021 value, it is found that this protest lacks credibility to support a change in value. If I can expand just slightly on that, What we're working with an awful lot here is, again, professional referees, appraisers who have years, sometimes many, many years of experience. And we're talking, getting back to theory and how you would look at the valuation of a property. We like to look at 3 years to make sure that we're looking at something that's got stability into it. But that doesn't necessarily mean you take the average of 3 years and that's your number. You're talking about the expectations of the market. All property is bought on expectation, not necessarily on what happened in the rearview mirror, but that's sometimes the best that somebody has to work with to go forward. The county, I believe, is valuing property on January 1 on expectation, not the prior years. There's some flexibility with that, and I believe that's what we do when we're looking at statements, and we've looked at a lot of statements. We do start to carve out things that we think may be capital items or non-regular to try to get to what would be a regular income, and hopefully the assessor, looking at their model, we feel that they've reflected that as well. So without additional information in the limited time that we have, we feel comfortable.
And I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner Kavanaugh go to his second 5 minutes because no one else is in the queue.
Okay, and presumably, we're going to do this on each of these separate properties, although you got each,
Yes,
got 5
my
minutes.
point was is it's the same argument, but we can talk
Right,
on each
I
one
appreciate that. I'm just
separately.
trying to get the concluded on each of these in order. Did you have a concluding remark?
I was very, very close there. And it's not that I don't respect the information that I'm provided, but sometimes without additional analysis on the part of the protester, just throwing us, and sometimes we're thrown 60, 70 pages of financial documents that we have to weed through in that time. And we don't always have sufficient time. Are we perfect on that? We're not professing to be accountants either, but we do look at a lot of statements, know what we think should be in there based upon what our experience as valuing property has been.
And you did this particular one yourself, is that right?
I did, no, this is my, that's my referee, which was George Teaser.
Oh, I see.
But my comments were, having made a review of the assessor and protester provided information, I concur with the referee comments and conclusions that there was insufficient information provided to support a change to the 2021 protested value. The protest is dismissed. I will remind you that not only do the referees, we request that they look at the assessor packet. They are either in the hearing or looked at it in absentia, but they look at the protester information. I, too, will flurry through that, but just like you are referencing the thousands, I have over 1,000 to look at. I lean heavily on my professionals to do what they do. I look at their comments. I'm looking for rationale. I do quickly try to look through the information, see if anything comes up to me that would make me feel that I should be going in a different direction. If I don't see that, I'll very often follow the lead of the referee. But I have made changes, and I've dismissed them, I've changed them. It's what you've asked us to do, and we try to do the best with what we're given.
So are we going to act on each of these in turn? Okay. Thank you.
No other lights on? No other lights on for this particular property? No motions? And so that one stands as presented by our Board of Referees. The next property is 17125 Gold Plaza, and I think if I remember right, it said it was on page 121.
I believe so. Yeah, it's about 4 rows down on page 121.
It's actually 17525 Gold Plaza. Correct? All right.
Oops.
So
Chair Borgeson, you want me to just start off with what he requested and then what the recommendation is?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we are at, like Chair Borgeson said, 17525 Gold Plaza. Mr. Bowman has requested $1,294,688 for the requested total. And The recommendation that came before the board is a dismissal and leave the property at $1,453,500.
All right, thank you. And same argument, same argument on this property as well. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Just so I'm clear, on the request, I haven't had a chance to do it, but it was 1 million, the recommendation, I'm sorry, is
453,500.
and the request,
1,294,688.
great, okay. And again, same, the referees,
This one was actually done
rationale.
by Mr. Musto last year. When he did it, he came up with a net operating income. The same thing we told the taxpayer, provide your 3 years profit and loss statements and let them sort out what they need to try to determine. But you can do an estimate, because for their own bookkeeping purpose, they may put things in that they're not supposed to have for an income approach. So Mr. Musto did this one last year, came out with a net operating income for the 3 different ones, and he listed those 3. And then he said that the total was close, but yet there would be no changes when we sat down.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Musgrove's here.
I know.
And so look at this as a record. If whoever wants to take this to Turk's going to look at this. So
Yes.
you're in the record on your rationale. I'm just trying to fill out the record with the other side, okay? So Mr. Musgrove has the other side.
Would you like a response on this?
Yes, well, just,
Okay.
the same as we've done
Yes.
consistently.
Well, and I thought I would just provide that, so what the referee had this year, again, is, here's what we're provided. We're provided this Tivoli statement. There's an 18, and there's a 19, and there's a 20. I'm not saying that this is bad information to provide, and I believe this may be one of those that last year maybe the information came in later and I had a little more time. I spent some time in trying to go through that, again, sorting through the income numbers and whatnot. But I would just implore those that are appealing, it is much more helpful if you try to look at the data and actually come up with it. And if you're really talking about then the equalization, you marry it to the worksheet in the assessor's model. This helps us look at more in less time and hopefully do a better job. But
Thank you. Could you bring up the actual recommendation as we have in previous? There we go.
referee recommendation, tax representative submitted several years of income and expense statements. These statements included an expense for real estate tax. When the actual expenses are adjusted to reflect a triple net lease, the NOI is very similar or above that of the county model in overall value. Based on the lack of evidence in any analysis of the 2021 value, it is found that this protest lacks credibility to support a change in value.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this property? I hear no motion. That one stands as recommended by the referees system. Next property is 7007 Grover. It's the Comfort Inn, and that one is on page 11.
It's Baba Badu Hospitality. And the requested valuation for Mr. Bowman is $3,939,875. Again, the requested value is $3,939,875. And the recommendation being brought to the board is a dismissal and leave the value at $6,533,900. Again, that's $6,533,900.
Okay, thank you. Any, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
The same. If we could look at the referee's recommendation and get that into the record.
Okay.
These profit and loss statements were a lot more complicated because it was 2 different owners.
Right.
And I will just make comment from the assessor's office. I could pull up their packet, they'll show. They did give a 20% reduction to all lodging properties, or indicated that they were due to the COVID situation. But that was across the board. I don't think that they adjusted anything further than that. And
So let me just stop you there. You're saying that the recommendation of 6,533,900 is inclusive of a 20% reduction over the previous valuation?
if Commissioner, I could just reference the assessor notes to be sure. And they have C notes here. We'll go down to their notes that they've added, that they've highlighted. And on 7/7, hotel data was, on 2/22, hotel data was collected for 22 hotel properties during preliminary meetings with actual income and expense data, was analyzed for percent year-over-year changes from 2019 to 2020. The percent change to the average daily rate, occupancy revenue per available room, and expenses is attributable to COVID-19. All of the income models for the hotel neighborhoods have been recalibrated to adjust for the changes found in the data. The new income model values for the hotels, for all hotels in Douglas County, have been calculated for the 2021 assessment. The value was not changed for 2021. The new income model with adjustments for COVID would have slightly increased the value, kept 2020 BOE value.
If I could chime in, Commissioner Kavanaugh. So this value of 6.5 million, that is a 2020 value, but 2019 it was at 8.8 million. So just I wanted to be clear that they lowered it, but it's from 2019 to 2020 they lowered it by about $2.3 million, but then 2020 to 2021 it stayed the same value.
Okay, so the 20% reduction was off of the 2019 valuation?
No.
I can't answer to that on these specific comments. On many of them, they said specifically the reduction. It appears, and if I just overheard Mr. Bowman say, that adjustment in 2020 may have been due to the recent purchase of the property.
We deducted for the personal property up here, and that's where it went down further, because the personal property was being filed in June during the protest period, so it was included in the sale. And that's why that number is off a little bit, because it reflects the personal property statement and how much personal property was taken off of the purchase at that time.
Okay, so, there's obviously a significant decrease from the 2019 through the 2020 valuation. And there's comments that there was a factor of 20% decreases in hospitality property valuations by the assessor. Am I getting that right?
On this specific one, they didn't mention the 20%, but on others, yes, they did, and mentioned that specifically. Okay. I confirmed that with the assessor's office. It's not just through notes. I had it face-to-face.
I'm just trying to clarify that is reflected in this 19 to 20 $2 million reduction.
No.
Or not.
They believe the number that they have on there is based partially on that sale, and I can't read into their notes as to whether or not that was lower temporarily and it was going to go back up to a number and then reduce down. They said leaving it at 2020 would be below what it would be if they were to reset it and then reduce it by 20%. But okay. I don't want to read into the assessor's mind.
I appreciate that. Given all of that, though, the referee's recommendation is $6,533,900.
Correct.
Okay. Without going into a lot more on this, and I'm limited on time here, I may come back and ask Mr. Goodwillie just to clarify that 20% reduction by the assessors for hospitality, if he knows. He doesn't. Okay. Moving on.
All right, thank you. Any other lights, questions on this one? Seeing none, no motion. Seeing none, that property stays as recommended by our referee process. Thank you. Next.
What property are you?
Anthony Schrager, parcel number 01348 50000. I think it's page 49.
Page what? 40?
Yep.
49, I
Page
believe.
49, kind of between the middle and the top. It'd be, I think, 6 rows down.
And the address, I'm sorry?
1724 South 105th Street.
Let me pull this up here. Okay. I'll just state kind of what I did with the last one. The requested value on this property is $1,095,654. Again, that's $1,095,654. The recommendation before the board is $1,689,900. So a dismissal, and the value and the recommended value to the board is $1,689,900. And this is a situation where the referee actually made a different recommendation, kind of in the middle of what was being asked and what's being the referee recommended $1.325 million, and the coordinator overruled him. But I don't believe, is Mr. Teft here today? Okay, so the referee who reviewed this, it wasn't Mr. Coder, it was a different one, and he's not here today, so we just have to read off his comments. And I apologize, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So so I appealed this property. This is 2 years in a row. Both years, the referee, the first year the referee agreed with my appeal. This year, I hadn't seen that, but apparently the referee recommended something in between. The basis of my appeal was just equalization. I pulled comps in the area with the help of an attorney, and the property, the subject property, is 70% above the average dollar per square foot, which equates to $142, almost $143 per square foot above the average, and almost $80 above the highest comp per square foot. This property was experienced an increase in 2019 of 49, almost 50%, and then in 2020 of 28%. All comps in the area, the average over that time, over the 2 years, was a 21% increase. So the request that I made took the average dollar per square foot for the comparables, added 10%, because the subject property is a 1.5 story. Some of the comp properties were 2 stories, so added a bit of a premium to the subject for the 1.5 story. I thought that was a fair concession, and that's how we arrived at $1,095,000. All comparable properties. They're all right in the neighborhood, and they are all I've been in most of the houses and seen the quality. So.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I'm sorry, your name, sir?
Anthony Schrager?
Are you the owner?
Yes.
How do you spell your last name?
SCHRAGER.
So, is this your residence?
Yes.
How long ago did you purchase this?
A little over 3 years ago.
Okay. And what was the purchase price at that time?
$1,750,000.
Okay. So this was 17?
It was in 18 purchase.
And my colleague, Mr. Morgan, often asks this question. Would you sell this property at $1.689 million?
Well, the reason that we bought the home is because this was, and we know that we overpaid at the time, is because both my wife and I had identified this house in this neighborhood years before. So when we went to The short answer is I wouldn't probably sell it for anything because I'm raising my family there for probably the next 20 years.
Sure.
But the reason that we agreed to overpay, we knew the owner, the house had been on the market between a pocket listing and MLS listing for over a year with no offers. And we talked to the owner directly. He told us what his absolute lowest he would take. We talked about it. We thought it was definitely a stretch for what we wanted to pay, and we thought it was way overvalued based upon the market. And but we just decided that 20 years from now, we're going to look back on it and have, the memories that we made from being there was going to justify it, and so we paid it.
Okay. That aside, and I couldn't agree with you more as a homeowner, from an economic point of view, do you think 1.689,900 is a fair market price?
No, I don't know. And neither did the referees in the last 2 years because I don't think anything is sold.
Low or high, or?
I think it's high.
You think it's high?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing is. I don't think anything in the area has sold anywhere near that, and that's.
Okay. And again, just to get the full record in, the referee or the coordinator
They're not here.
is available. We'd like to get that in the record.
I have
Mr. Coder.
I should mention it's at Turk from last year too, if that.
I'm sorry?
Thank you.
I appealed to Turk last year, but they told me it's.
You're pending in Turk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, so that's the referee, then scroll down to get yours.
He filed the protest.
Well, this is Taft,
And
I'm
this-
sorry.
I'm looking, pardon me, I'm reading what my compadre said here on this. Rick Coder, 5621 North 141st Circle. My fellow coordinator, Mr. Taft, did review this. He's not here today with us. I'm just quickly going over his notes. It had to do with, first, it's always a hard nut to crack when somebody pays $1.7 million for a house and is coming in a couple years later saying, no, it's not equal. Well, looking at the comparables as far as the notes that Tom put down, the quality ratings of the house, this is an excellent quality house they put down. That's one of the things the assessor uses to define properties. Excellent, very good, good, fair, poor is one of the things they use. They classify this as an excellent quality house, which is pretty much the top of the road. If the comparables they provided are lower quality houses, they're going to be a lower difference on it.
Okay, and the coordinator's recommendation being different than the referee's recommendation was based on what?
It's based upon the houses that they provided as comparables were all inferior quality homes.
Okay, it's that quality question.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Thank you.
All right.
I just-
Commissioner, okay, just a second. Commissioner Morgan.
Okay, a couple things. I usually don't ask homeowners, Commissioner Kavanaugh, if they'd sell their home for that because it's like myself. Annie and I have lived in our home 40 years. We don't want to sell it. Now, at 5835 Woolworth, the home, I know that one, even though it's not in my district, the person did come in and tell the referee that they would sell it for what they had it assessed for because they didn't live there. I happen to know that because a person called. This isn't in my district. It happens to be, I think, in Commissioner Kavanaugh's district. But in this case, if it's clear, the referee recommended, again, the $1.3 million something based, I assume, that you have the square footage numbers and your home is at a much higher rate per square foot than the other homes. I know that street well, 105th, because as you come up there, the homes are pretty much all the same along that special block. And I hear what you're saying. How many children do you have?
I have 3 children, a stepdaughter and 2 sons.
How old?
16, 5, and 3.
So your plan is, as you said, I think to
Yeah.
live there for the next
Oh, yeah.
15 or 20 years.
Yes.
My recommendation would be, and I'd make the motion to this effect, that we've got the $1,329,000 number, and we got the million, roughly 7 number, I would probably make a recommendation that, you know, you take it down to the number, Dan.
Yeah, 1.325 million.
What would it be if you went to the in-between number of the referee and then the overseer, the referee number be in the 1,500,000 something range? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. That's sounds about right, but I don't have an exact number for you right now. So let's see here.
And while he's looking, selling homes in that range are a challenge. And I do think, honestly, as a real estate guy, you probably overpaid, and I don't know who represented you, but they did a good job at least securing it for you if you had someone involved. But
I mean, Commissioner Morgan, this is not exact math, but so the referee was recommending $1,325,000 even. The coordinator is recommending $1,689,900. I mean, 1.5 million is roughly, 1.51. I mean, that'd be roughly the split between the recommendations.
So it points out I can still do math, as Mike Boyle always gives me credit for. I'd make the motion that we take it to that compromise number of 1,500,000.
All right, there is a motion by Commissioner Morgan and seconded by Commissioner Maureen Boyle. Any further questions or comments? Commissioner Rogers?
Okay, I want to be deferential, but somebody answer me this question, because this is how I've learned it throughout the years. Well, first of all, just help me, not a real estate guru, it's your personal home, but it's listed under EEA Trust.
Just for privacy, we listed it under that name.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but you said it's your dream home. You went and got it for 1.7.
Yeah.
You set the market by going to buy that house. And if you bought it in 2019.
2018.
2018, okay. Every indication since there is that the residential market has been warm, hot, burning. Everything I've learned, at least from the residential side, is you buy that, you assemble a house, you recalibrate what the price is, willing buyer, willing seller. I guess I'm trying to come to terms on your dream house. You went and got it for 1.7, and now you come back and say you overpaid for it. You went and got it as a willing seller.
Right.
Just help me get there, because it feels like you went and got it and you want us to correct a market buyer agreement.
Well, because I value it at that level, I don't believe others would, as evidenced by the fact that there are no sales in that area at that $1 per square foot anywhere, nowhere, as evidenced by the fact that the experts that everybody has pointed to as experts, the referees agree.
You're the last sale.
Well, I'm not the last sale. Of this property? Of this subject property?
If
Yes.
My understanding, help me somebody, if you got an array of properties that's there the same, somebody comes in, if all of them are priced at $100, and somebody comes in and buy them for $200, buy a property to $200, that's the rate for those properties around it, because it's bought for $200. So my question is, if nothing's sold, are you the last buyer around that time in 18 that bought something for 1.7? So what's the latest sale of a property compared?
Well, I haven't pulled the comps since I did this analysis months ago and a year ago, but there have been plenty of sales and nothing in the neighborhood. This is valued at $348 a square foot, which is more than $75 a square foot above the nearest comp.
Okay, simple. Has a house sold in that area for what you're asking for?
I'm sorry?
Has a house sold in that area for what you're asking for?
Not to my knowledge, no.
That's my issue.
Not at 1.7, no. There hasn't been a sale at 1.7.
Has something sold lower?
Oh, yes.
It has?
Many. I don't think, you would probably know better than I how many, but a lot.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, there is a motion on the floor to set the value at $1,510,000? Is that right?
Yeah, I think you just said 1.5 flat.
Oh,
Yeah.
1.5 flat?
Between the two, or was it 1,510,000?
Well, I gave both numbers. I was ballparking off the, yeah.
If it means
so.
getting votes, I'll do the 1,510,000.
All right, and then there was a second by Commissioner Maureen Boyle, I believe. Am I correct? Yes. Any further questions or comments?
And, just
Commissioner.
I just want to clarify, we're saying instead of 1,615.
1,510,000, yes.
It was recommended to go at $1,689,900, so almost 1.7. It's now being, the motion is $1,510,000.
Yes, which is approximately 160, 70,000 over what the referee that he met with. I assume you met personally with the
I did.
referee?
Yeah.
And showed him the comps. I assume you did that too.
I did.
Of other homes next door to you or wherever, and their square footage numbers. So again, I'm going back to, and I think the referee probably did it, was equalization, because that's what we're here to try to do. If all the homes are valued somewhere in that area and it's similar, it doesn't have a tennis court or something else that would change it, then I think, you know, you try to get close to the number, but we're still above the other numbers.
Commissioner Borgeson, to your comments throughout this whole process, I understand it's a tough process. If we leaned on the referee, I mean, he did the work, so did the guy last year, and both of them, even at this 1.5, I mean, it's still well above what the referee is suggesting the value should be. $1 million, to me, $1.3 million, whatever he said, $1.325 million is a big premium to what the market, what equalization would dictate.
Were you done, Commissioner Morgan? Because your time is still going.
Yes.
Okay. And the only comment I would have is, again, I have no comparables to go off of, no sales, no nothing. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying.
I could put them up.
We have 5 minutes to hear all this. And
Okay.
again, this is what is the problem with this.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to make a judgment off of just this conversation back and forth.
Sure.
And again, we relied on the referees.
Yeah.
And one said one thing and one said another thing, and they brought it to us. So, you know, I understand, you know, go the in-between and what everybody's trying to do. I just don't know how you justify that. So, anyway, no, you've talked twice. Okay. So, with that, there is a motion on the floor for $1,510,000, and there is a second. Please vote.
Motion passes 4-2. Commissioners Kavanaugh and Borgeson voting no, all other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name, please?
My name is Bill Bruning. I live at 13626 Seward Street.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
13626 Seward Street, 68154.
All right.
I'm here.
Sorry, Mr. Bruning, just so everyone, Commissioner, page 186. It's about in the middle of the page.
Yeah, gotcha.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Well, this exclamation may steal some of Mr. Bruning's thunder, because I'm aware of the situation. So he requested a total value of $429,000.
What is it again?
I'm sorry?
What is it again?
13626 Seward.
On page 186. So Mr. Bruni requested a total value of $429,267. Again, that's $429,267, and I'm gonna give you the breakout because it's kind of important in this situation. Mr. Bruning asked for an increase in land valuation to $148,967. Again, the requested land valuation, $148,967. If you have that all written down, what it was, the original 2021 assessed value was at $90,000. So he asked for a $58,000 increase roughly because he felt that was comparable to his neighbors. The request in building value then was a decrease. He requested a total building value of $280,300. Again, the requested building value was $280,300. That is roughly a $70,000 decrease from his current assessed building value of $351,800. So, you go down to the referee.
Well, can we hear from the property owner first, please?
Absolutely, I was just going
Okay.
to get the recommendation,
Thank
but
you.
go ahead, sir.
You're doing pretty good.
So essentially what's happened is that my property values was at 90 grand, which wasn't right.
The land value.
The land value, I'm sorry. And I've actually tried to get it changed a couple times. I've come in and said, could we get this? This is not right. They made the building and the improvements way up here and the land way down here. And it needs to be this, right? It needs to come back to center, be fair, equitable, whatever. And so this is essentially what I was trying to do here. So my neighbor right next door to me, that's same exact lot, same exact plot, same exact everything. That's where I got the number for the land, right next door. That's 13636 Seward Street. I'm 1326 Seward Street. My house I've lived in for 17 years. It's the smallest and the oldest house in the neighborhood. So it's 2,800 square feet. It's a nice house. We love it. We'll hopefully be there for a long time. The only other house that's even comparable to this house in my neighborhood is down the street, like 3 houses down. And we're about exactly the same. I mean, exactly the same square footage, exact same everything. And that's the value that I used for the improvements on the house. So that's where I got my number, okay? And I think that would be fair. I guess, I mean, I'm just using what's around me. Where it kind of gets confused is that there's some houses across the street from me that you could put 2 of my houses in their houses. So it's a nice neighborhood, and we love it, and we love Omaha. And I was just trying to make this make sense, is what I was trying to do. That's my entire argument. So
Thank you.
If I can chime in, I'm so sorry, Madam Chair, but the important thing here is that his protest did not get dismissed. It got a change, but it got an increase of $60,000, which he did not request. And so that's why he's here.
Now can you call up, please, the protest report?
Yeah. So this is the referee.
Yep.
New valuation is what he's recommending. Reviewed owner's letter and recommend equalizing the subject's lot value with surrounding lots. I also reviewed the assessed value of the subject's improvements. The subject is similar to the property located at 13706 Decatur. It had previously been used as a comp in the subject's 2016 protest. The property's improvements are valued at $120 per square foot, and it has more brick and is a walkout.
It's not a walkout. It is not a walkout.
And this continues with the referee. The subject has more finished area in the basement and has an in-ground pool. The subject's current assessed improvement value of $122.58 per square foot is easily supported by this comparable and subdivision sales. And the coordinator, who is Mr. Teft, who's not here, just says, I reviewed the owner's protest packet and the referee's recommended value. I agree with the referee's analysis and value.
All right, thank you. Anything else you want to add?
Yes, it's not a walkout. I wish it was. No way is it a walkout. No, it's just a plain old basement.
Okay,
So, anyway,
Thank you.
that's inaccurate.
okay, thank you. Commissioner PJ Morgan?
Okay, Danish gave me this information, which is kind of interesting. If you had stayed home, instead of going down to talk about your lot, and I'm being respectful of you, I'm glad you're smiling when I say this. If you would have stayed home, your home would be valued about 50-some thousand less than what now happened by coming down to talk about kind of getting your lot to equalization with your neighbors. Is Mike correct?
If I would have kept my mouth shut, it would have been, yeah, I guess.
Well, I didn't want to say that.
I know, but it would have been
So I'm going to make a
441,000,
motion
so.
that it go back to the value that he had, which I think would be,
Total, you're basically just asking for it to be dismissed and maintained at $441,800?
yes.
Okay.
All right.
Which means he's got the value, he comes down to try to be candid about his lot value, so then they raise the house. Are you correct, whatever?
No,
I'm saying?
you're, can I get the value, the land value up and the improvement down going forward? That's, along with, I would like to have it, yeah, you betcha, at 441, that would be fine.
Yeah,
Just the way it's calculated,
and
it's just
we-
whacked.
I think we could do that, keeping the land so there is an equality there, equalization. And as you said, your home's the oldest home on that block unless you go down the street a ways.
Yeah, and the entire subdivision is the oldest house.
And you don't have the walkout
I do
door.
not have a walkout, no, so that's wrong, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's what I'd like to do,
All right.
which I think is fair.
Any other, is there a second to that? No other comments or questions?
May I have a question, Madam Chair?
Well, I do.
Okay.
First, please, Mr., well, let's see, I don't know who could answer this for sure, but if I'm looking at these numbers, your land
Yeah.
was at 90,
Yes,
and you requested it to be at 148,967.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly the same as my neighbors, yes.
And what they put it on was 149,600.
Okay,
And then your building value was at 351,800. So your total value last year was 441,800. So the land got changed. It actually got changed a little bit higher than what you had requested, but the building stayed the same.
they kept increasing the building every year, and they never did anything with the land. They knew the total number that they wanted to tax me, but they just increased the building. They never did anything with the land, and the whole thing started going like this. And so now the building was way more expensive than it should have been, my house. So,
Okay.
again, I was just trying to get everything back to center.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what the numbers said. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
That's all, thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Mike Brand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick. So does Commissioner Morgan's, does his proposal here actually get, I would ask Mr. Bruning, does that get you back? I'm hearing it's not going to get you back to where you need to be.
Well, I'd like it to be, I would like it to be lower than that, actually.
I guess the point is, I don't think,
But I don't want it to be
I'm asking you if you think
500,000.
we're solving the problem here
Yeah.
with Commissioner Morgan's change.
Just a minute, Commissioner Morgan.
So could I ask Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
So PJ, is that,
Let Dan he's got some numbers there. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, Dan Ash, County Clerk, I was just going to suggest, I mean, you don't have to just recommend a total value. You could recommend a breakout if you wanted to keep the referee's recommendation of 149,600 and then make up the difference in improvement value to get you to 441,800. You could certainly do that. So that accomplishes the getting, I mean, well.
Well, to what Mr. Friend's saying though is that, I mean, what I would like, what I think is fair is around 430. That's what I wrote. I think that's what Mr. Esch has somewhere on this computer. That's the number that I think is fair, is 430-ish.
For the land and building.
Yes, for everything.
Okay, Commissioner Friend, are you finished?
Yeah, finished. I am finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, the motion is to, if I remember what you said, Commissioner Morgan, you just wanted to take it back to the 441,800. And that didn't solve what Commissioner Friend just was talking about. That didn't solve what your problem was.
My tax before was 420. It got put up to 441. And then from the 441, it went to 501, correct?
Right. Last year it was at 441,800.
And I think that's what they wanted to make it this year.
Yeah, this year, yeah, so it was,
This year I have 501,400.
Yeah, no,
that's what's
I know
being
that
recommended.
number.
Right.
If I may clarify, so currently, because we haven't voted on this, this property's current value is $441,800. If you approve the referee's recommendation, it's going up even further to $501,000.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought it was 420 was what I was taxed at last.
Well, that was your value last year, but that was your 2020 value.
Okay. Anyway, 441 would be acceptable to me.
So
Commissioner Morgan?
Would you repeat that? 441's acceptable?
It is. 441 would be acceptable.
And that was my motion, to take it to that 441. That gives him an increase over last year.
But that's, again, that's not fixing the problem.
On the land.
That you
You're right.
requested.
Yeah.
It does reduce it from the recommended of 501,400. So again, if you take, if Commissioner Morgan is recommending 441,800 and you move your land up to the 148,967 that you were requesting it to be, then your home would be at 291.
Mr.
Right.
Esch, if I could ask, I can't see my own recommendations, and my printer blew up because of lightning, and I couldn't print the stuff out. What did I put down for what I wanted for the house?
Sure. You requested a land value of 148,967. And then for the house value, you requested $280,300, which would get you to just over $429,000
Okay.
total.
That's how I split it up.
Okay. Commissioner Morgan, is that?
I'd be good with just what Danny said, that 429, and you put it in there the way he had requested it. With the numbers, so that you've got the land at the equalization with the other neighbors that he originally came down for.
So the motion is to set the land value at 148,967 and the structure at 280,300 for a total value of 429,267.
Yes.
That's the motion. Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
I was just going to comment, our constituent said that he was willing to pay the 441, and if we do that, those numbers change just a little bit. That would be 149,600 for the land value that the referee already stated, and then the home value would be 291,400. And that was mostly just because that was the round numbers, so. It's splitting hairs, in my opinion.
Right. So again, So the motion, though, on the floor is for the 429,267.
Well, if, I'd like to make things more confusing, but the original motion was 441,800, which Commissioner Kavanaugh seconded it, and I did not hear him second Commissioner Morgan's latest amendment to the.
I want to do what Maureen did.
Says whatever.
This is so fair.
Sure, go
Okay,
ahead.
so in doing the math, the motion would be to change the numbers to split out the property, the land itself being worth 149,600, and that the building would be worth 291,400, and that gives us a valuation of 441,000.
So Commissioner Morgan, is that your motion now?
That's the same number, we've gone full circle, so.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'd accept the 441, but it's just because I'm so scared of the 501, right? I mean, I'd jump at anything, but I think 529 is.
So the first motion actually was 441. We just didn't have the breakout. So now we have the breakout of the land at 149.6 and the structure at 291,400, which equates to 441. And the motion was made originally by Commissioner Morgan, and it was seconded by Commissioner Kavanaugh. And then we went around and around and around. So the original motion really is that. Are you still okay with the seconding of that motion, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Please vote.
So we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay away.
Commissioner Rogers and Morgan. Motion passes 5-1. Commissioner Borgeson voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you for being here.
I'm not envious of your positions. Thank you very much.
But thank you. Next.
Tough act to follow. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Ron Grasmick, Grasmick. The property address is 11695 Capitol Avenue. The parcel's 17343-11206, and I'm on page number
142.
142, line 11. Okay, the
PJ, sorry, sir. I said page 142 is where you can find his property.
that is correct, 142. The assessed value is $32,700 for the land. The improvements $245,600 for a total of $278,300. It was dismissed. By the way, one comment, and I can see some of the issues going on here with.
Can you move the microphones a little bit closer to you? There you go.
How's that? Can you
Yeah,
hear okay? Oh,
much
that's better.
Thank you.
I can hear it. I sympathize with the board because this is hard to do. I sympathize with the referees. There's a lot of work. The county assessor, there's been a lot of issues, and just think of us poor taxpayers.
Yep.
Okay, just a little quick history on this. The home was built in 1965. It's a raised ranch. There's been a lot of discrepancies over the last few years, and I've gone down to Turk. The confusion is that people think my raised ranch is not a raised ranch. They think it's a ranch. They tell me it's a ranch, but it's not. All the documents show it's a raised ranch. I've also been accused of comparing it to a split entry, which it's not, and I know you don't have the data, but I'm just going by what's on the county website. So even when I came down this year to talk to the referee, he just says you have a ranch dwelling, and it needs to be compared to a ranch. But I said, no, it's not a ranch, it's a raised ranch. And they said for 30 years they would have considered this a ranch house, but it's not. So I've compared it with raised ranches since 2017. Now, let's go to 2017. I just want to kind of fill you in. I've got a couple appeals into Turk. And this might answer your question, Commissioner Morgan. I appealed to Turk in 2017, land and improvement. The hearing was 2 years later, in July 2019. The decision was made in June 2020. It was a 3-year process. They agreed with me. Turk lowered the land value from $32,700 to $25,100 based on some appeals to the appellate court, and they quoted some litigation that occurred. So I gave some comparable properties in my area, raised ranch, where the Board of Equalization in 2017 lowered a property's land value from $32,500 to $25,000, and Turk agreed with that. Now, unfortunately, I've gone back to Turk in 2019 and 2020, and I'm still awaiting. I had a hearing, but I'm still awaiting, probably in a year or two, their results. So part of my concern is the land value, which would be 25.1, which is listed there. I've gone through and I've reviewed all the cost data in our area, and I've got 5 comparables. And basically what I did is I subtracted the land value from the total assessed value of that property, and then I took the dollars for the improvement, divided it by the square foot, and came up with comparables. And that supports my 220,900 request. I'm going to kind of skip over this because you may have some questions. And part of the problem is what you bring up, but it even gets a little more complicated than that. You guys need some revenue for the city and county needs. I have to try to stay in my house. I've asked my wife, she's the decision maker, do you want to move or do you want to stay here? And of course she wants to stay here, so I'm fighting as best I can to stay here because she's got children here and grandchildren here. Now I could move, but she doesn't want to move. So that's why I'm down here trying to talk to the board.
Right.
You guys might look into a situation where you have some kind of a work credit plan where the public comes in and helps the county.
Mr. Grabsky?
Pardon?
Time, there's time, but there's lights on, so we can continue our conversation.
We come in and volunteer our time to help the county, help the city, and you deduct it from our taxes. No money's exchanged.
Okay.
But that might be something you look at.
Okay. Okay, hold that thought. Commissioner Morgan?
Going to ask you a question. I heard you say the land went down to 25.1 when you went to Turk.
Correct.
What did they put the home at back then on the last Turk number?
They left the improvement at 179.2 for a total of 204,300. That was 2017.
Okay, so it was 204,000 total. Am I
Correct.
right?
300, 204.3.
Okay. Now, right now you're waiting for Turk again 2 or 3 years because what happened is it was raised again the next year. Am I correct on that by the assessor?
It was raised in 2018. I appealed. The Board of Equalization lowered it, but they didn't lower the land value.
Okay. So what?
But I didn't know anything about what Turk was doing at that time.
Right.
Okay. Same thing in 19 and 20.
So what we see is when he went to Turk, and I wish my good friend Commissioner Boyle was here because he's so good on this. The fact is he went to Turk, got it down to 204,300, and of course now it's back to 278,300 is
Correct.
the current number. And he's waiting again on Turk, which, you know, if you go to Turk, you'd almost like to say that once Turk makes a decision, the price ought to stay the same for maybe a couple years at least. That's just my opinion. You shouldn't have it raised the next year, so now you're filing again with Turk, paying the fee, going to Lincoln, waiting the 2 years or whatever it takes to hear back. So if I was making a recommendation on this one, which I know you're tired of me doing that, I'd be making a recommendation that the 204 and the 278, because he's going to find out from Turk what they're going to do this next time, I'd be saying that I'd probably put this home at somewhere in between those numbers, which would bring it, and I'll get the number exactly, but it'd be somewhere around that 231,000 or thereabouts, 235. So I'll get that number and stop talking.
All right, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
So your basic ask here is for an adjustment in the land value, is that right?
I'm looking for both land and improvement.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that the 32,000 land value was too high, that you were thinking maybe 21,000 was the correct land value.
No, I took it to Turk, and Turk approved in 2017. Actually, the result didn't come out to 2020. They approved reducing it from 32,700 to 25,100 based on a comparable property.
Okay, so is that what you're looking at for a land value this time around?
Correct, 25,100.
Okay, and then for the building value, what's your ask this time around?
I was, on the land value, I was looking for an improvement value of 195,800, so a total of 220,900.
Okay. And the Turk value on this was 204,300?
They lowered the land value and agreed with or left the assessed value of the improvements the same. So it was 204,300.
Okay. Mr. Coder, could you give us the other side of this from the referee coordinator's point of view?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to. Rick Coder, 5621 North 141st Circle. I actually did the hearing myself on this one for this gentleman. He was under the impression, we were under the impression he was going to be on the phone. I had a referee on the phone at his office to talk to the fella. He showed up downtown, so I just kind of jumped in and took it with no preparation at all. He's got a lot of information. He said he's at a Turk case hearing. I said, where are we on that? So we wait for resolution. I said, do you have new information today? No, just the same stuff. I said, you know what? Leave it. I'll skim it over for you, see if I can do something, but let's just get Turk to finish this thing up, do their job, and get you set up for a good position. He immediately went into his 2017 Turk and wanted to discuss the whole case with me at the time. The information he had was very extensive. I can tell it was very important to him. I skimmed it enough to know it really wasn't relevant towards appealing evaluation, but he thought it was important, so I said, well, it's in the file, we'll look at it. He had some comparables in there, 3 or 4 of them. I just flipped through the first couple of those, and they were houses that one was in poor condition, one was in fair condition in that neighborhood. And his is an average or good, wherever it may be. So they were significantly lower quality properties he compared that to. I knew he was coming today. Last night, I literally spent an hour and a half going through this file and trying to make heads or tails of it. Obviously, in a referee process, we don't have an hour and a half to look at stuff. I can't look at 50 pages of information and analyze all this. I did it last night. I'll give you a break on the fee on that, Commissioner Morgan, so he'll give you half price. I went through, I dug the neighborhood, I found out, and honestly, I think Commissioner Morgan's 235-ish number is probably reasonable. If we would have had a concise, clean package of information with all the peripheral information, the stuff he had, his charts and stuff deleted, we would have come there last time. People think for a hearing that more is better, and by golly, it's not.
1 minute.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay, so there is a finding, is it by you, actually, as the referee, that we don't have on the screen here, but it's here someplace? The same thing that we've looked at in all these other cases?
I'll scroll down here.
And my initial thought is let Turk hash it out and give him a final number, because his case was not concise at all.
Right.
His case was took hours to go through.
I understand. I'm just trying to get the referee's recommendation comments.
I was a referee.
Yes, so
Okay.
could you read this real quick for us, please?
Go ahead, Dan, you got better eyes.
Oh, okay.
Face-to-face meeting with taxpayers. Seems he has 2 Turk hearings in the pipe. Following this year mainly to comply with guides. He is concerned about site value from a 2017 adjustment. Referee looked at 6 properties right on his street. All have sites assessed at a very similar number, right around $33,000. Advise him there is nothing the BOE can do about
Time.
2017.
Dan will have to continue on the next round. Commissioner Morgan?
I think we can wrap this up pretty quickly. And Mr. Calder, I really appreciate what you said and what you do and what you go through each year doing this for, I think, 17 years. So the 235 that you said seems to like it's a fair number, and let Turk make that decision. I'd make that motion and we get on with it.
If I could, Commissioner, I would recommend you keep the land value as is now. If you start messing around with land values, you're gonna mess the neighborhood up.
I'm gonna do, that's what I do, listen to you, and we do that, keep the land value and get it to a number of that 235, and we're done. And I'd make that motion.
Well, I have one question on that. I want somebody to explain to me why a property in the neighborhood, Raised Ranch, was lowered from 32,000, I think it was 500, to 25,000, and it's listed in your documents.
The land, you mean?
The land. So if you're talking about messing up the neighborhood, it's listed at 25,000 for 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Turk said it needed to be equalized, my property. That's why they lowered mine to 25,000. So where I get confused, you have the assessor, you have the Board of Equalization, you have the referee, and so now we start.
I didn't know that I thought it was.
Yeah, I can give you the property. I can tell you what it is right now. It's 25,000, and it's been that way. BOE lowered it.
And I drove by your house.
Correct.
To look at the Raised Ranch thing that you called me about. Now, let me ask you this question about that. Where's the land value? Is it right next door to you, or is it down the street?
No, it's in Meadow Lane Park, and it's shows up on my protest on page 7 to 14 and 27 and 28 of the protest. Let me just look and I'll give you the number on that. The parcel number is 1734311. 008. The address is 236 North 119th Street. So it listed it as 25,000, and it's been that way since 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And that's why Turk lowered my land value from 32,000 and changed 700 to 25,000.
Well, we'd probably still end up with the same number, whichever way we did it, the 235 that Mr. Calder and I mentioned before, and we do have a second to that motion, if I'm correct, Maureen. And
Real quick,
Come to the, Rick, come to the podium.
Just to clarify to the board members, we equalize to aggregate value the total. We do not equalize improvements and land separately. It's one number we look at, and the land value split causes a lot of consternation and concern with people, and you hate to tell them it really doesn't matter. That total number is where you want to be. That's how we
1
equalize
minute.
to the aggregate value.
Agree. So we'd have that motion of the 235 as a total number now.
And that's putting a land value of 32,700 and an improvement at 202,300 to equal 235.
Yep, that'd be fine.
And there was a motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Maureen Boyle. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-1. Commissioner Borgeson voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. Before
The only problem is how do I explain this to Turk now?
Good luck.
Good job explaining stuff.
Before
I'll
we.
try.
Thank you very
And
much.
I understand everybody's problems trying to do this. It is
It's
a real
tough.
headache, but I don't know what you do better,
I know.
you know?
That's what we're got to work at.
Thank you.
Before we
Thank you.
take the next person in person, my understanding is, if you could go back to the original screen, we have a protester on Zoom. And I will alert everybody, we are not probably going to get done by 1:30, and this chamber, then we lose it, so we'll have to go to room 903. Oh, it said 1:30. Yeah. Yeah, oh, well. Let them protest us moving. So on Zoom, we have Katie Townley.
Townley.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So yeah, my name is Catherine Katie Townley, and I am at 711 North 58th Street, which is parcel number 124453000.
Page one,
And
sorry, Ms. Townley, page 180, commissioners, towards the top. Yes, 180 towards the top. 711 North 58th Street.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see any of you anymore on the video, so I can't like follow
hang on a minute.
indications like that.
There you go. Now
Oh, there
can
we
you
go.
see?
Okay.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I'm here just because I had a few questions, and I was wondering why my property is being assessed significantly more per square foot than most of the other two-story homes in the Happy Hollow area. My husband is actually the one who met with the referee, but was told by the referee that he wasn't sure why our dwelling it appears to have been singled out in comparison to our neighbors. We've been assessed at over $257 per square foot, but the list of comparables that my husband provided with the protest show that the houses that touch ours are only around $202 per square foot. Other two-story sales since 2019 are at about $209. Other two-story homes in Happy Hollow are around $215. And other valid sales that the referee provided are about $204. And so the referee did recommend that our increase get dismissed, but the coordinator, I believe is what the role is called, disagreed. And so I guess I was also wondering why there's sort of like an all or nothing approach. It seems to me like it would be fairer and more equitable to assess us at around the value that we purchased the home rather than, the value last year or the higher value that has been assessed this year.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. The purchase price, when was the purchase and what did you pay?
It was in 2018 and we paid $530.
And I guess I would ask Mr. Coder to give us the recommendation from the referees coordinator's point of view.
Ms. Townley, we might not see what we're showing, but I got to pull up something for the folks here.
Thank you.
Yep. Now, let me do this. So they requested their 2020 value of 484,200.
Okay.
And then this is what Scott said.
Again, this is the first time I've seen this one, so excuse me for a second. Again, we have the issue on this property where the purchase price of that property and the assessor having that rated as a very good quality of home and construction. The homes on the sheet that the taxpayer provided are lower quality homes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cavanaugh?
So, yeah, just, this is one of those where the referee recommended one number and the coordinator recommended a different one. What was the referee's number?
Oh, what? 484,200.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this property? Seeing none, no motions. Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
Just because we see the same discrepancy and it seems significant to me, I would make a motion to use the purchase price of the home as the tax base of $530,000.
Any other questions or comments, Commissioner Rogers?
I just want to make sure that the house was bought, as she said, 2018? And
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to be sympathetic to it, but it's hard to believe that it didn't appreciate over that time.
Commissioner, do you want him to answer, Commissioner Rogers? Commissioner Commissioner Morgan?
Well, I was going to say to Chris, my reason for seconding is also the referee had recommended 484, so I'm not sure, he must have been looking at conditions or something with them. I don't want to put words in the referee's mouth, but I mean, he came with that number, so we're still 50,000 over approximately what the original referee did recommend that I saw on here. He recommended a lower price than they paid for it. So that's why I think Maureen's motion was a good one.
Commissioner, those ratings are straight from the assessor's records. That's nothing we fabricate or come up with. If they say it's excellent quality or whatever, that's the assessor's call based upon their factual. At time to time, people say, that's not accurate. I say, well, I really can't do anything about that. But you know what? Call the assessor, discuss it, say, come on out, look at the house. That's how you're going to have to get those changed. We can't do that through the BOE unless there's some compelling reason, photos or fires or something, so.
Right.
All right, Chris, Commissioner Rogers, were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? There is a motion by Commissioner Maureen Boyle, seconded by Commissioner PJ Morgan to set it at 530,000. Okay, please vote.
Motion fails 3-3. Commissioner Rogers, Kavanaugh, Borgeson voting no. Commissioners, the other commissioners voting yes, but motion fails 3-3.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Just give them to the clerk, please. You kind of look like a clerk, PJ. And again, I just want to remind everybody that we will lose the chamber, and so once we recess, we'll move up to 9:03 to finish if we aren't finished by then.
You just have one. There's 3 parcels, but it's all part of the Mutual of Omaha campus, so I'd like to just address them all at once. If I think they're really appraised as one parcel, although they're assessed as 3 parcels.
Okay, go ahead, just state your name.
Good afternoon, Tim Talkin. I'm with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, 409 South 17th Street, and I represent United of Omaha Life Insurance Company, which is a subsidiary of Mutual of Omaha. Mutual has been involved in a 20-year saga with the county involving litigation over this Mutual of Omaha main campus. And what has happened over the last 20 years is the county assessor significantly increases the value of the headquarters. We appeal to Turk. We spend tens of thousands of dollars in litigation. We win. Turk sets the value at what we requested. That value holds for a few years. Then the assessor goes back and uses the same flawed methodology and raises the value again, and we appeal, and here we are now in year 3 of this cycle. As you'll see on page 2 of the handout, the value has increased of this campus from 2018 from $35 million to this year it's $68.6 million. And most of that is related to the bottom chart, which is the main building, the home office. It was $24 million in 2018. Now the proposed number is $56.6 million. And I'm sensitive to the fact that, we need to rely on our experts, on the referees in that process. But when the referees look at this property, and you've seen their notes from the past years, they've said, there's no reason for this increase, but we're going to deny the protest anyway. For example, in 2019, the referee said that the assessor's valuation was not realistic, that the assessor's income model is flawed. Last year, the referee said, and I'm quoting, in 2019, the value was increased to $49,770,000. There is no logical explanation for the increase, which was given the property in 2019, as market conditions for this type of property have remained unchanged. The coordinator agreed and essentially said, yeah, well, I'm not backing up the assessor's value, but it's under appeal to Turk, so let Turk deal with it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the epitome of an arbitrary and capricious decision. And if you know anything about administrative law, this is the definition of it. This is the definition of an arbitrary decision that should be set aside. And so we're asking you to sort of end this saga, because what has happened in 2021 is, once again, the county assessor has flatly ignored the Turk decision. He or she has applied a 5% occupancy rate. That's what the referee in 2019 said was unrealistic. The assessor has has treated this building as a multi-tenant office building. It is not. It is a single-tenant office building. Turk has ruled on this issue multiple times and said you cannot value this headquarters as a multi-tenant office building. And in fact, we presented this year a study, an infrastructure study prepared by Holland Basham Architects and Morrissey Engineering, that said if you want to convert this building, remember this is an 80 to 90-year-old building in parts, if you want to convert that building to multi-tenant use, you have to spend $55 million to do so. Now, who in their right mind is going to spend $56 million on this building and then put $55 million into it to convert it to multi-tenant use? You're going to buy a piece of dirt and build a palace for that amount, for $110 million. So the assessor's value, the referee's value doesn't make any sense. And Mr. Esch was kind enough to show me this morning what the referee this year said. The referee said we submitted no new evidence. I met with the referee. He wasn't aware we submitted an appraisal. We had an appraisal done by Gary Bacciuello, who has testified numerous times in front of Turk on this very property, whose valuation Turk has accepted. We submitted over 300 pages, and the referee this year says there was no new evidence, and we've given you the summary of that in the handout.
1 minute.
We have also provided you with a comparable sale, which is a new sale as of November 5th, 2020, the 222 South 15th Street building sold for $14 million, $28.50 a square foot. The assessor has us at $85.50 a square foot. So none of this makes any sense from a fairness perspective, from a process perspective. I recognize we should rely on our experts, but when the experts don't do their job, when they say, you know, the assessor's value doesn't make any sense and there's no logical basis, but I'm denying your protest, that is an arbitrary decision, and don't make us appeal to Turk once again on this. So Mutual is willing to pay its fair share of taxes, but when the valuation is based on a completely arbitrary number, this board cannot approve that valuation. So we would ask for a reduction of these 3 parcels as set forth on page 10 of the handout that we provided.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. What page are we on?
This is page 181. It's United of Omaha Life Insurance Company, I believe.
Yeah, it's the last 3 on 181.
So are we taking all these together? We do 3 individual ones?
No, we're taking them all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm calculating correctly, this is 56,635,900 plus 10,604,200 plus 1,338,800, correct?
That is the recommendation, yes.
Okay. And that total, do you have that real quick?
68,578,900, which is on page 2 of our handout in the bar graph.
Okay. And that's the recommendation. What's your request?
Our request is identified on page 10.
Just tell me the number.
It's as a campus, it's 31,771,134, and that's based largely on Mr. Baciuello's 2019 appraisal, an independent appraisal, where he said the main building.
Give me that number again.
$31,771,134. And Mr. Baciuello said the main building is worth $22,057,000, which is.
I saw the handout. I'm just asking questions. So the current valuation is what?
The current valuation is, I believe, $61,713,900, and that's from 2020. Years 2019 and 2020 are both under appeal at Turk.
Right.
And that's up from $35 million in 2018.
Right. So you're asking to go to 31 million from 61 million, and they're recommending you go from 61 million to 68 million.
Fair,
right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And just, you know, FYI, for $110 million, you can't take an empty lot downtown and build a palace. We're building something across the street from you, from your office, that you can see
it's
from
right
your
outside my window.
Yeah, and it's not a palace. It's a lot smaller than this entire complex, and it's coming in, I don't know, currently at $130 million, but it's not a palace. So I don't know about that. The experience that you've had, I guess, is that you take it up to Turk, Turk makes an adjustment, it comes back to our experts, and they make an adjustment. And you don't like what our experts are doing.
No, there haven't been any adjustments. That's the problem. Is Turk sets the value as they did, I think in 2016 was the last time at $35 million.
Right.
That value holds for a couple years.
Right.
And then the assessor increases the value using the same flawed methodology that Turk rejected in the previous opinion.
Right. I don't know if you've picked up on this, but we don't have a lot of respect for Turk. Turk moves like a tortoise. They make decisions that we often don't agree with, and it cuts both ways. I mean, sometimes they're in our favor, sometimes they're in the favor of the appellee, but Turk isn't, I don't think, somebody that we point to. We have experts here that live here and have done this all their careers, and we think are pretty good. We pay them. to do these calculations for us. And so at this point, this is consistent with what we've done on the others. I would call on our
1
experts,
minute.
the referee, to come up. We're going to run out of time here, but we want to do exactly what we've done heretofore, which is get both sides of the story.
Chris Musto, Commercial BOE Coordinator. I am familiar with this property, and I will say quickly a couple things. One, yes, there was a 2016 Turk decision. The county themselves have hired an appraisal to be done. It was done by Valbridge out of Kansas City, and that was a 2015 number, but that was a $61 million valuation. I'm very familiar with Ramsland and Gary and his work, and yes, he provided a 2019 valuation. As he is not a Nebraska certified appraiser, he would not have made any opinion on the 2020 or the 2021 valuation without it being.
Chris, we'll have to wrap back around with you the next time. Time's up, so we'll wrap back around on his second time. Commissioner Morgan?
I could let him continue with
All right.
his first, just so he's.
Just quickly on that
uses up your
is
one
so.
time.
Oh, I'm giving up my time.
Okay.
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 All right, I'm sorry. I see that you have the value at $85.50 per square foot, and I have to tell you that you have buildings, and I'd say this to the commissioners, we have buildings in Regency. I don't have them, but the community has them in Regency that are valued at less than that are multi-tenant buildings. To your point, trying to convert that to multi-tenant, you're going to have a lot of space. It's not going to have windows, which is going to be tough to lease because of the big floor plate. It's like a warehouse. Secondly, there's been 50-some leases signed in Omaha, Nebraska in the last 2.5 years of over 10,000 feet. Only 2 of those have been east of about 72nd or 60th, one of them being in Central Park Plaza that has a value, was sold for $28 a foot. Trying to sell that building at even $50 a foot if it wasn't vacant, which it has been vacant the last couple of years because you've been having all your people work at home, and I think I'm stating that correctly. Are they back there now?
Since March of 2020, the building has been essentially vacant due to COVID.
Yeah. And so, I go back to what Turk came up with, and I'm not sure what that number would be that they last did it at. What was their number square footage was? It had to be $40-some. I'm thinking a square foot, roughly. Yeah. And I have a hard time talking about that building being worth $85 a foot when I know that there's buildings selling that are fully occupied and leased out, selling for $80 a foot that you can buy today along Center Street west of 120th or 78th near Dodge and so on. So that's where I'm coming from on the square foot price. And you can say, well, because it's bigger, it should sell for more. Actually, when it's bigger, it should sell for less because who are you going to put in there? Central Park Plaza is probably still half vacant, I'd guess. So that's my feeling that, you go to Turk, you get it reduced, and now you come right back a couple of years later and we double the price again. So you spend the next 2-3 years going to Turk. Are you before Turk again right now?
We have 2 years before Turk. No hearing is scheduled.
Okay, and tell me something about this appraiser. I heard what you said. I used to be a licensed, not only state, but nationally as an appraiser.
Yeah, Mr. Batuello is registered in Nebraska as an appraiser.
Okay.
And you misstated what the Valbridge appraisal said. I have it as Exhibit 4 to the material. Valbridge valued the main building at $28,960,000. You're counting this building, which is not under protest.
Right, that was their valuation.
But that was
for that campus at that point in time.
But this is not part of the campus. This is a different appraisal.
Okay,
so
it's still a little of my time. Let me ask you something. What's his other credentials as an appraiser, besides just being licensed by the state?
I mean, he has done this for 20 years. He at least 20 years just in this litigation. He's from North Dakota. He practices all over the country.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm happy to provide his credentials for you if it's in his appraisal.
That's it.
Yeah, if you decide to send that to us, but it may be a little late.
Yeah.
We're going to be deciding this, but I do agree that this $85.50 per square foot is a bit high.
1 minute. Okay, nothing further, Commissioner Morgan?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, I'm having some trouble. Why such a dichotomy? We're digging into something. We're digging into a battle here that's been going on for about 4 years. I mean, ostensibly, right? So I'm having a little bit of trouble trying to understand the dichotomy between the assessment and the appraisal. And I know you've explained it, but treat me like I'm 5 years old. Yeah, I think you'll have any problem doing that, will you? So we're $30 million apart. And this has been going on for 4 years, and we've got lawsuits pending. Where does that leave us? I mean, I don't know. I've said this before already today. I don't know where to go with this. I mean, if somebody wants to make a motion and try to, again, meet us halfway, I just don't see this problem going away. I mean, we're going to be dealing with it again next year, right? So that's not a rhetorical question. No matter what we do and no matter what type of decision we make here, I don't think there is such a huge discrepancy between what the experts on one side say and the experts on the other say.
If
So
I can-
I'd have you take turns with that, I guess.
Well, I thought if I would just inject, you're exactly right. This is far too complex property to be dealt with in a 15 or 20 minute conversation. Yes, he's talked about this information that he's supplied, again, hundreds. This one might have been the one which was 946 pages long for somebody to review in this time. But at the same time, I looked at the Ramsland appraisal and I just, I couldn't get down to the $34 million that he had on his cover page when his two sales were from Minnesota and Illinois. One in 19, a couple in 16, and I think one in 2013, when their campuses compared to the mutual campus of 14 acres were 44, 153, 70, and 122, and 48 acres. Again, those comparables, and only one approach in that report, one sales approach. Not disagreeing that that wasn't the approach that you would take, as much as the issue, as he mentions regarding the income approach on this property, is complex and probably not the most applicable approach when you're working with a property of this magnitude, campus, et cetera. However, at our level, it's very complicated to say, I'm going to take a $68 million assessed value and drop it down to $31 million without spending more than 20 minutes. So unfortunately, you're right. You don't pay us enough, and we're kicking it upstairs.
Am I still on the clock?
Yep, you're still on the clock.
So the situation that I'm in at the moment, if we had to oversimplify this, is from 2018 to 2019, there was a significant change in events. And I guess in a weird way, I'm siding with the folks at Mutual of Omaha, that we jumped from 35,351,000 to 61,700,000 in a year span. What type of mistakes were we making historically that forced that change, right? Between 2018 and 2019, am I seeing this right? What type of mistakes were we making, but what type of revelation were we given at that point, right?
I would have to say that what you're you're referencing this to is that
whole
question needs to
campus.
be brought, it needs to be brought to the assessor as to why they keep recalculating to that number. I can't answer that. I know what they're doing. I see their formula. He sees their formula. We recognize that that's probably not the appropriate methodology. This really should be looked at more on a national level, on campus level. I'm not sure 128-acre campus or 125-acre campus to 14 is right, but I think it is definitely somewhere in the middle. And I'm not saying not leaning one side or the other, but I don't have enough time. This sort of assignment, as Gary would be able to attest to, doesn't take place in just a few days or hours. This is weeks and months of analytics, research, and preparation to come to where you are.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, guys.
All right. Commissioner Morgan?
Well, Commissioner Friend's idea about some kind of a compromise may be a good idea. The other thing I can tell you, because I did have the experience on this one, a bit of it, ConAgra's campus, when you mentioned that, I know that when they were trying to sell those buildings, there were some people that passed it up at under $50, you know, and that to me is probably a little more of a premier location than your Mutual Omaha, even though it's a great spot in our city. It does seem to me with what's going on with COVID these last few years and what Commissioner Friend said, going from the 35 million up to 61 million seems to me to be a pretty big stretch. And I think what you said is accurate. How do you get all this information together and have the expertise, you know, to say what the value is? But I know that 8550, when you have buildings today by the assessor, not by the referees or myself, but by the assessor valuing properties in Regency at less than that, office buildings that have attorneys and others in them at less money, I have a hard time believing this is worth that same kind of money. So if somebody decides, I did get tired of making motions, if somebody decides that there's a number that's somewhere in there, as you mentioned, Commissioner Friend, or whatever we do, let's do it soon before the city council arrives. Or go upstairs later, whatever you. Okay.
I'd love to hear from Teresa.
Thank you. Teresa, you're at County Attorney's Office. I had a couple of questions. So you have two Turk appeals, 2 different years up. What's the Turk appeal value that you're appealing for last year? What was the total value?
I don't remember. So it's different parcels. So the
Okay.
south site was included in the appeal last year. We are not including what's called the south site this year.
Okay.
So it's really a different appeal on that one. The main building is the same.
So it's the same value as last year?
So I think it's the 24.3 million,
Okay.
which is what we're saying it should have been. Or the 2018 value is 24.3 of the main building, which is the chart. It went up to 49 million.
Okay. And that was for last year, is that right?
That was for 2019 and 2020, both years were 49.7 million just for the main building.
And then, I'm sorry, what was it for 2020? Did you have that?
Same value.
Same value.
$49.7 million just for the main building.
So the $30 million value that you're referencing is from quite a few years ago. Am I understanding that correctly?
The $30 million value is for 2018.
Okay, but not 2019 and not 2020.
Well, but if I can inject, the 30 million is all 3 campuses. It's still not, there's components here.
Got it, I understand.
I mean, it's complicated. Those of us that have looked at it a lot know a lot more than we really want to know about it.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for explaining that. And so, but I just wanted to clarify that some of the numbers that you're referencing, the lower numbers, are actually from 2018 and not from the 19 or the 20. And thank you for explaining that we do have a couple of different parcels in play. That's very helpful. And so, My other question was the appraisal that was submitted this year. What year was that? Did you say that was from 2019?
Yeah, it was a retrospective appraisal as of January 1, 2019.
2019.
Yes.
Okay. And
It
so
was done as part of the litigation.
Okay, so it wasn't specific. It wasn't even a 2020 as it relates to.
Correct. It was not.
Okay.
2020 or 2021.
Okay. And each tax year stands alone, and so you're using an appraisal that's 2 years old.
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Commissioner Maureen Boyle.
Yeah, just a quick statement. I find that we're trying to find the middle ground here, and I'm afraid we're just going to come up with some arbitrary figure. So, and I don't think that's fair to either party. So the hardest part about this is just realizing that the process is not fair to anybody. So I honestly don't feel we can make any change because of the arbitrary nature of anything we would come up with. That's just my personal opinion.
Thank you. Was that all?
That's all.
Commissioner Mike Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's how I would, I don't know that I disagree with hardly anything that's been said here, but we're trying to land, I've never had a lesson, and I'm trying to land a jet plane on a really narrow runway. Not to be too cute about it, but here's the thing. The thing that concerns me, and if Commissioner Morgan wanted to weigh in on this, I'd be happy to hear about it. I already alluded to it. In the tax year 2018, this campus went from $35 million to suddenly $61.7 million. That was the historical assessment. The difficulty I'm having right now, I don't care. Look, we've been hired by 700,000 people in this district to make hard decisions. Sometimes we're not qualified to make them, right? 700,000 people in the county, sorry, not this district, to make hard decisions. This is a hard decision. The big difficulty I have is between 2018 and 2019, I'm not getting any information as to why this just doubled to the tune of almost $30 million.
Commissioner, if I may put in, I believe that's because they appealed those 2016, 17, 18 Turk years, which were higher, and then got knocked down?
So I believe the last Turk decision addressed the 2016 year. Turk decided that our number was correct. So we're at if you look at the bottom number, 24 million. Yeah. That's what Turk said. And then the assessor kept it that way for 2 years. And then in 2019, they raised it to 49 million using the same methodology that Turk said is not a proper methodology, valuing it as a multi-tenant building, assuming one rate, assuming a 5% vacancy rate, all the same mistakes that they made in 2016 that Turk said no, and then the assessor learned its lesson in 17 and 18. Then they jacked it up again in 2019. That's the reason, is they went back to the same flawed methodology that Turk rejected and said was illegal.
Okay, that makes sense. It still leaves me at a point where I'm trying to figure out what the assessor, we keep talking about the flawed methodology, and we've got a little bit of time here until we get kicked out. But the flawed methodology, I want to see it, and I haven't had enough time.
Well, there's a component of the assessor would need to be here to answer those questions because that's their methodology.
It's page 6 of our handout. This is the one page. This is what we get from the county. It's a one-page spreadsheet, and it assumes that it's a multi-tenant building, that the rental rate is $16.50 per square feet for 662,000 square feet. Now, Mutual of Omaha is not just office space. There's a cafeteria. There is lower level. There's hundreds of thousands of square feet of warehouse space there. They're valuing it at one rate. Turk said that is wrong. You can't do that. The next component is a vacancy rate, a 5% vacancy rate. The referee in 2019 said that's not realistic. Turk, think about it. This building is empty because of COVID, and they're assuming there's a 5% vacancy rate. Then they say, okay, well, you'd have expenses. Well, we presented an infrastructure study that says we need to spend $55 million to get this thing up to code to comply with federal law, because this building was built in the 1930s in part and added on over time. These floor plates are enormous. They're 80,000 square feet on basically the first 5 levels. You don't see that very often in Omaha or anywhere. And that's why our expert looked at national headquarters, which is what he looked at. And he determined through an independent appraisal that it was worth, $22 million, excuse me.
Okay, thanks. One more quick question, sir. how, is the effective gross income, is the GEGI
1 minute.
on page 6, is that accurate?
No.
Because Mutual's gross income had to be affected.
Well, they just make these numbers up, frankly. I mean, the gross income, these are assumptions, right?
That's income to the building, that's not to the business.
Right.
That's a completely separate component. We're getting out of our lane now. It's far more complicated than I hate to say it that we can really deal with in this
And the problem is
timeframe.
the income model is not what should be used because this isn't a multi-tenant building. We used a sales approach. That's what our appraiser used. They have no appraisal.
Are you done? Well, you are done. Your time's up. Almost. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, no,
Thank
that's
you.
fine. Yeah.
So back where we left off, Mr. Musgrove, the rationale that you, the referees, coordinators used for this valuation, you were reading it and giving us that when you were ran out of time there.
What, okay, I didn't quite hear.
Well, you'll probably have to be refreshed. When I last spoke with you, the last thing that you were doing
Yes.
was reading into the record what we have done with all these other properties, which is the recommendation
Yes.
of the referee. Okay, and you got cut off. I want that in
We
the
didn't,
record.
we have not pulled that one up to read into the record yet. We're probably lapping that onto an earlier one.
Right. Just as we wait for that, this, isn't a big step up from the Turk valuation to a new valuation. It's just a restoration of what our local experts thought was the valuation appropriate for the property and updated to make up for the years where Turk did what they did. You're familiar with Turk from being in
this
the
the main-
legislature.
this is the main
Turk's the ones who keep people waiting for years and years for decisions. And then if there is a decision in one side or the other's favor, they don't get interest on the money that they put in. This has been subject to legislation in recent years. Turk is the one who they've had special hearings on regarding, can you please do your work in less than years and years, like everybody else in the real world does? And they just blunder on. So, pointing to Turk's valuations versus our own experts' valuations, to me, is not a really persuasive argument, knowing intimately the workings of Turk. Turk is not the gold standard. These people are the gold standard, and that's what we pay them to provide us for. So do you have it now?
I do have it now, and I'm going to, quickly, the referee said the property is at Turk for the 2019 and 20 values. No new evidence for me to consider to change the value. And this references back to the 19 appraisal was not something geared towards 2021. We're not agreeing with it, we're not disagreeing with it, but for 2021, no 2021 evidence or valuation was provided, if that's a true statement.
That is not a true statement. We submitted, for example, in your packet, the recent sale of the building
Okay,
at
I'm not
2850.
interested in the counterpoint. I asked a specific question of our referee coordinator. That's what I'm interested in the answer. You can
Right.
take your 5 minutes from somebody else.
Right. So there's where I gave you. Assessor, review of assessor, protester, and referee provided information was made. I concur with the referee to dismiss the protest, did not adequately show relevance to the 2021 appeal. And yes, I know about the ConAgra sale. I know that it was considered distressed at the time. I know it was about 65% vacant, and it is mentioned, if you just even pull up the CoStar, that there was a level of deferred maintenance with the property. I know that. I didn't analyze you say $28, CoStar says $33, but so I didn't analyze the sale. I didn't call up City Ventures and say, hey, what did you think about it when you bought that building, and make this as a comparable to Mutual. I did not do that.
And the appraisal that Mutual paid for that came in at a much lower number from an out-of-state appraiser is not something that we find particularly persuasive. Is that correct?
Again, it did not provide me for a 2021 valuation. There is a 2019 value that they prepared for their upcoming Turk case, which was not prepared and provided to us in 2019.
Correct.
And I don't believe it was provided to us in 2020 with a 2020 valuation, and we didn't have one for 2021. So that evidence is back there in their preparation for their Turk hearing. But evidence, as you've asked me to look at the 2021 value, I didn't have evidence to look at that I felt comfortable enough to make a significant change in that value.
So we're being asked to take a 10-page presentation and give a $30 million, 50% property tax reduction based on a half hour's discussion, despite the best evidence that we get from our own experts that we pay to give us their
Time.
best estimates.
Thank you. Any other, nobody has any time left. Do you have a motion? All right.
And what we're doing is we're looking at that 18 Turk decision of the 35 million, and now we've seen the increase 19, 20, 21, where it just keeps going up. We all know what happened to the campus down there. They tore down the buildings. The office market in Omaha, if you think you could lease this at 1650,
What's your motion,
not going to
Commissioner
happen.
Morgan?
I would make a motion that we reduce it to the $45 million level, because I think the $85.50 per square foot for this kind of a floor plate and this time would be more in line with what it should be.
All right. Is there a second?
I would second that.
All right. Any questions or comments on the motion? The motion is to set the value at 45 million.
If we could just get a clarification, is that 45 to be distributed between the 3 parcels?
Yes.
Correct.
Very good.
Well, how are we going to do
But
that?
you're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah.
I suppose we could prorate.
There must be some calculations on the 68.
Well, if you just took the whole value that's there now and the different portions and what percentage they were applicable to, you're still going to get 100% whether you've got a $45 million value, a 68, or a 35. That's math. I can do that.
Okay, so we're going to have to take a break here and move up, even though we haven't finished because we don't have time. We're going to finish the breakout conversation up in 903. So can I have a motion to recess and move to 903?
So, be there in 15 minutes. Second.
We will reconvene at 1:45. I mean, yeah, 1:45. So there was a motion by Commissioner Maureen Boyle, seconded by Commissioner Mike Friend. Please vote.
Recording stopped.
Motion passes 5-0.
Oh, I should have, I also would like to announce that because we will most likely go on a while in 903, the HR committee meeting, I'm going to cancel that for today and reschedule. I know, but we're not going to get done.